wait. Say that now. One minute. Am I on? Woo-hoo. That gets people's attention. I'd like to open with a song near and dear to my heart.
Good evening. Welcome to our April 14th City Council meeting. I would please turn off your cell phone if you have one. We have a full council here. The pledge will be led by Vice Mayor Arnold Lopez, and the invocation will be led by Councilwoman Dusty Brantner. Please stand.
Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening. As we gather here today in service to our community, let us take a moment to reflect on the values that unite us: respect, wisdom, and a shared commitment to the well-being of our city. May we approach our discussions with open minds, seek understanding in our differences, and work together with integrity and purpose. May our decisions be guided by fairness and compassion, and may we always strive to serve with humility and dedication. With gratitude for this opportunity to lead and support one another, we begin today's meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Any citizen comments on agenda items? None. Citizen comments on non-agenda items? I believe we have one. Danny? 3 minutes, not 4.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Danny Smith. I live at 350 Cochise Street in Safford, Arizona. And I am representing the Safford Downtown Association tonight. I'm pleased to represent the Safford Downtown Association. We, as you know or may not know, we have a tiny little organization whose sole purpose is to revitalize, promote, and do projects in downtown Safford. We don't have staff, we don't have a budget, or we have about a $9,000 a year budget. But we leverage our relationships with our partners and people that we receive funding for to benefit downtown Safford. We've enjoyed a great relationship with the city of Safford, and we've done some $5,000, $10,000, $1.9 million projects in downtown. We're working on a big one with the Safford Theater right now. And I left you some pictures of a project that we're working on right now in concert with your city manager and city staff. These signs to go on Highway 70 are, I believe, going to knock your socks off and direct people to downtown Safford. There's 24,000 cars a day on Highway 70, and a lot of people, maybe you've had the conversation, people will say, well, I went to Safford and I went to the Mexican food restaurant, and then I went to Walmart and I didn't see a downtown. Because most of it's like a couple blocks south of Highway 70. So that's the purpose of these signs, to let people know that there's more life and more shopping, entertainment, and dining, just a block or two south. We work from a plan that we have been working on since about 2009. We last updated it in 2018, and y'all adopted it when we did that, and then again in 2018 we brought it to you. Anyways, I'm just here to say thank you. We appreciate you. The Christmas lights downtown, there's a ton of work that goes into that. And all of the events that are downtown, Merry Main Street, the Light Parade, are a couple of the events that we do. There's a ton of expense and work that your staff puts into it, and we thank you for that. And we have lunch for you and everyone here that wants to come to lunch on Wednesday. We have our appreciation luncheon we do every year. This year it's at the Safford Theater at 12 o'clock. So come by Wednesday from 12 to 1. We're also going to celebrate some businesses that have been around in Safford over 70 years in downtown, and then some of the businesses that are brand new. And there's more businesses than you would think. There's about 117 businesses downtown with about 870 people working in them. Some of those with one, some of those with 80, and everything in between. But we have almost a dozen businesses that have been there over 70 years that we're going to recognize. That's pretty neat. So I hope that you come, and we're going to talk a little bit about what we've done and where we're going. And people love downtown. I feel like I'm running out of time. We're out of time. But you know that, like you inherently know that. We have a authentic downtown, a historic commercial shopping district, and we just work to make it better, and with your help and other people that help us. Thank you. Hope to see you Wednesday at noon if you can make it.
You know what? I was down in, well, my wife and I were in New York about a week or whatever, and looking to their downtown and all that. You know what? We look pretty sharp for a town our size with the older buildings and what all has been down there. But just walking their main street and all that, it's a lot of things good has happened there.
Thank you. We're working at it. We're getting there. We're lucky. There's a lot of places in Arizona that, it's post-1960 suburban growth of 2x6 construction, stucco construction of homes, golf course, strip center, homes, golf course. There's no heart. In fact, they have to create it, like in Surprise or in some projects in Glendale, like a project like Kierland Commons, Marana, Prescott Valley. They don't even have a downtown. They're trying to create it from scratch. And people seek out and love authentic places. So we're proud of it.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you.
And we'll move on to item number 7, the presentation, the Electric Division APPA Safety Awards of Excellence.
Mayor and council, good evening. This is just a presentation for our electric department. We invited them here tonight. A few of our employees were able to make it with us this evening. This is an award that our electric department received from the American Public Power Association. It's their safety award for excellence. And 19 communities throughout the whole nation received this, and the City of Safford Electric Department was one of those 19 individual electric companies that was able to meet that. Within those requirements, it's a system with less than 15,000 working hours, and so it's a smaller power company, and within that it had some pretty stringent safety requirements to be met to be able to receive this award, and our department was able to meet those requirements this past year. And so we just wanted to have that presentation, have them here, be identified for the hard work and effort they put into working safely here for the City of Safford. So if you guys want to come up, Mayor, we're going to have a picture with the plaque and the
Could we get a
guys.
picture with the council and anybody that has showed up?
Never fails.
Good look, though. Stand in the back. Where's David Bell when you need him?
good job and thanks a lot for all that you do for the city. And we'll move on to item number 8, proclamation. It's the 2025 Fair Housing Month. Jamie?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is a request for the Mayor and City Council to proclaim the month of April as Fair Housing Month in the City of Safford and to encourage all citizens to work for equal housing opportunity in our own community. Strategic goals are quality of life, growth and development, public information and outreach. And the background is the Civil Rights Act of 1968 and the Fair Housing Amendment of 1988 ensure full and fair access for housing opportunity. The City of Safford receives CDBG funding and as a requirement of this funding participates in Fair Housing Month activities. The City of Safford also acknowledges that housing for all residents is an important part of making the city sustainable. The Planning and Community Development Department will hold our 3rd annual housing fair at the Annex on April 17th from 5 to 7 p.m. This will give first-time homebuyers a chance to meet with local lenders and realtors to discuss the process and requirements for applying for a mortgage. The meeting will be an open house, and attendees will be free to visit the realtors and lenders and ask questions that they may have about the process and programs that are available. Your attachments are the proclamation, the event advertisement, the Equal Housing Opportunity flyer in English and Spanish, and the Fair Housing brochure in English and Spanish. And with that, I will stand for questions.
Any questions? I'll go ahead and read the proclamation. The City of Safford, Graham
Sure.
County.
You'll need a motion and a vote. And then you can read the proclamation after.
We need a motion to read the proclamation.
To approve it, approve the proclamation.
I move that we approve the proclamation of Fair Housing Month for April. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the proclamation for the fair housing for the month of April. All in favor? Opposed? It carries. The City of Safford, Graham County, Arizona, Fair Housing Month. Whereas the Civil Rights Act of 1968, the Fair Housing Act, and the Fair Housing Amendments Act of 1988 ensured full and fair access to housing opportunities. And whereas April 2025 marks the 57th anniversary of the signing of the Fair Housing Act. And whereas shelter is a basic human need, and when shelter is denied, the quality of human life is greatly diminished. And whereas people must not be denied equal access to and enjoyment of housing because of race, color, national origin, religion, sex, disability, or familial status. And whereas the City of Safford recognizes and values the efforts of those who seek to reduce barriers to full and fair housing opportunities, and whereas April is designated nationally as Fair Housing Month, and now therefore I, Richard Ortega, Mayor of the City of Safford, do hereby proclaim the month of April as Fair Housing Month in the City of Safford and encourage all citizens to work for equal housing opportunities in our own community. In witness thereof, I hereunto set my hand and cause the seal of Safford, Arizona to be affixed this 14th day of April 2025. Now we'll go ahead and close our regular meeting, and we'll reconvene into a work session.
Yes, Mayor and Council, this is a request for the Mayor and City Council to hold a work session to review Section 17.12.250 metal storage containers of the City of Safford Municipal Code. Strategic goals are growth and development. A background, we did have this guidance from the City Council at our last meeting, and so we've prepared this with staff to have a discussion and a work session today to bring this forward to update the code. Analysis: municipalities across Arizona regulate the use of metal shipping containers through zoning laws and building codes. These regulations typically address placement, appearance, duration of use, and permitting requirements. A review of other Arizona cities and counties shows a wide variety of approaches, many of which align with Safford's current standards. You'll see a list of those with bold headings: placement and setbacks, appearance and maintenance, duration and permitting, and zoning restrictions. And you'll also see special considerations for other items. Based on a review of regulations across Arizona and our current policies, staff recommends updating the City of Safford Code to more effectively balance the need for storage solutions while preserving community aesthetics, safety, and zoning integrity. Following that report, you will see staff suggestions for updating our code, which is redlined for your convenience. And there are a couple of changes to note. C, in section C, all containers should be painted and maintained to match the primary structure color. We don't have a pre-approved color list, so they would be able to just match it to their existing structure. In section D, the size requirement would be removed in commercial and industrial zones, and metal storage containers may be established with an approved building permit subject to the following standards. Once again, you'll see to match the primary structure. And we've added a section E. Metal storage containers shall be screened from public view with landscaping or an opaque wall or fence. And with the variance that we had at last meeting, that would have allowed him to have the amount of containers he would like, as long as he just screened them with a fence, because essentially you can only see one of them from the street. With that, I will stand for questions and further discussion in this work session item.
Have we had complaints on the coloring or the?
No, none. At this time, Mayor and Councilwoman Brantner, when reviewing the ordinance, we noticed that the city had never had a pre-approved palette of colors, so we just added matching. And that's something you can remove also. You can just have them paint it or whatever you would like to choose.
I just don't want to get us so tied down that we become like Sedona, where everything has to be a color and you can't vary. I don't want more of the red tape for the people. And then with my next question was with if they have to be screened from public, is that just commercial use or is that residential?
Yes, ma'am. Those are in commercial and industrial. So if any property would have them, they would just screen it from view from the street.
Gotcha. And are we specific on what it has to be? Are we going to get into it has to be a fence or it has to be this or this high or?
That would be something you could discuss with the other council members. Staff has suggested landscaping or an opaque wall or fence, which once again would give a little more leeway of how they would choose to screen it.
I have a bulldog blue house across the alley from me, and I really don't want their container to be bulldog blue. Is that, I mean, I really like the earth tones.
You would like to leave the earth tones in?
I don't know. I just think that's,
Yes, Mayor and Councilman McGoy, in the residential use, that is to match the primary structure. So would you like that to be just in the residential areas or commercial as well? What about murals?
I really don't want to see graffiti, and I don't want to see the advertising that came on the containers, but as long as they're one color, and I mean, if I had one, I'd paint it with cool coat, so it's cool in there. So whatever I'm storing doesn't get so hot. I don't know that.
Does this even apply to residential?
This one section C does, yes. That's the only thing that would be updated in section C. And so if you didn't want to change that, then it would be a pre-approved earth tone color, and we could just approve that upon issuance of the building permit.
Could would we allow it either way? They just gotta get, I mean,
Yes, sir. We could just maybe have a range of colors that are pre-approved, and they could choose those for the residential permits, because that's the only thing would be updating in that category. Or we could leave residential alone completely and just do either to match the primary structure or a pre-approved earth tone. And that would be in residential areas.
I don't mind it looking nice, but I don't know how deep we want to get into dictating what that is. Also have another question on why I can have two 20-footers but not a 40-footer.
Yes, and so in residential, if you wanted to update that, we could as well. And then in the commercial and industrial, we remove the size requirement at all. They just have to meet the setbacks and be screened.
Well, I can buy a 40-footer for the same price as I can buy a 20-footer. So
Yes. So would you like to change that in residential C1 where it says up to two 160-foot metal storage containers?
can't we just say you can have 320 square feet of it?
Yes, sir.
End right there?
Mhm.
And not-
Yes.
I want a 10 and a 30. Don't
Yes.
have to fight about it, but
Well, today's a great day to look at all of this together. Some of the suggestions that staff put in, we're easily can adjust them. That's why we decided to bring it as a work session and not an ordinance first read.
and I guess I'm thinking of this from my standpoint, and that's probably not right, but the setback rule is there for a reason, but I'm not sure that we know what that is. On these, we want them away from the neighbors because what is it fire spread? Is it, what exactly is the reason for setbacks?
Well, it's great that the fire chief is here this evening. From my understanding, it is both for fire separation and aesthetics, because we don't regulate what they keep in there, if they have flammable items, if they have things like that. And so all of our setbacks that apply to them are the same as if they had a shed.
Well, my reason for asking is that you require, is it what, 7 feet on the sides?
It depends on the residential zoning category and the individual neighborhood, if they have an
7, 10.
alley. Mhm.
Okay. If I put one of these in my yard and I leave that 7 feet there, I'm gonna fill it with firewood. And we just completely eliminated everything we were trying to gain.
Right. Yes,
That
sir.
steel container is not gonna let fire spread. I mean,
And if that's something you'd like to look at, we can look at our zoning setbacks altogether.
I know we
Because
can't enforce setbacks and make people keep flammable stuff out of it,
Mhm.
but the purpose for it is not being followed here. Andrew would need 4 more people to go around and police that, and I don't think we want to go there either, but
Correct.
I just see a lot of wasted space that we're allowing the exact reason that that space is there to circumvent the system.
Yes. And also with our budget discussion this evening, we'll be talking about our update of the general plan. And that's definitely a great topic that we should have discussions with the community to discuss setbacks and look at each individual zoning category and see what is an antiquated idea of separation and what is currently feasible.
And are those setbacks,
To change with just an ordinance as this to update our setbacks. If you'll recall, a few months ago, we did an update to our code, and there's a setback chart, and it would be a simple matter of just an ordinance to update that.
I know I'm getting in the weeds here because we're talking about containers, but the Casita law is going to move that to 5 feet, is it not?
That, sir, will not apply to populations in cities under. They haven't quite decided the population cap, but they're looking between 70 and 30,000. So at this time, it wouldn't affect the city of Safford. And when we've adopted our accessory dwelling units purview last year, we made sure that they meet our current setbacks. So as we look at that in the general plan, we could update those as well.
The last rendition of that bill I saw was a week ago, and the population was struck completely.
So they've decided to
And they
change that.
did not put one into the county's side of the rule. So, and I expect them to bring it back next year and make it even worse.
Correct. And so hopefully they'll have that passed by the time we discuss the general plan starting in July. We'll be able to adapt that into our updated regulations.
Okay, I'll
You
get
want to
back
wait
top
on
of it.
this item until then, until we do the general plan, or? I mean, because I think the purpose of this was to improve the aesthetic, right? Both commercial and residential, because we had an applicant come and extend, and I think some of the discussion was if we're going to allow these containers in these areas, that essentially what we wanted was a better overall look. And I think that really is the essence of the alterations. They're somewhat narrow to achieve that purpose at this point.
I applaud you in being able to come up with anything, because I looked at it and couldn't come up with, I mean, there's no way to do it and do it right and be right 3 years from now.
So obviously you have some experience in this area, but is there any, really overall, the idea was to provide more latitude with putting these containers in commercial or residential areas and do it in a way that doesn't hurt the overall aesthetic of the community, right? You don't want to just have a bunch of storage containers hanging out all over. And so I think these were fairly minimal requirements in terms of that purpose. Now, if we go deeper into this, I think that will await something at the general plan level, and we will come back with something like that. But in terms of that overall original goal, that's why this looks the way it does at this point.
I'd just like to add to a comment that, that Councilman McCoy mentioned. And I like the idea about the term earth tones, where you kind of mentioned you'd maybe make a list of different color options. But I like the idea earth tones are very neutral and, pleasing. I just wanted to add that in. Anybody else?
So is the consensus at this point, is this something we can bring back that would be appealing to council? Should we wait and wait for a different version that's more comprehensive because of the general plan? Again, that's the point, is the work session to, I mean, we can always do this and it will ultimately get impacted by the general plan anyway, but if we want to move this forward now, it's up to council whether we bring this back as an action item.
I think it's I just don't see it come back as an action item myself. It's complicated as it is.
I mean, does it get us kind of where we want to be sort of for now, or does it help improve the, I mean, again, the idea was the aesthetic, I think, from a previous item, so.
I don't know what we've fixed and what we've hurt, so
I think the idea was to try to make those containers as inconspicuous as possible, in a nutshell.
And I also think it was, let me just ask this as a reminder, what was it about those containers that were against our current policy?
Yes, sir, Mayor and Councilman Hemphill. They were over the allowed square footage for commercial and industrial lots. And so the visible impact from the street wasn't the problem. It was over the square footage.
Okay,
And so they required a variance to keep them.
and did we change were it suggested that we change the square footage, correct?
Yes, sir. And then we added that they could just screen them from
Right.
public view. And so really the point of this was to try to find a balance between companies having to come and get a variance or just making it look nice for the neighborhood.
does this deal with the same, who was it, Safford Builders, Ace Hardware, that had to come get a variance also?
That was before I was employed here. I'm not familiar with that
That
case.
was the last the last ones that had to get one, and, I mean, that's kind of what they do. I don't know why you would limit them on storage space.
Right.
I
And
think
this would
that
help
part
with
of this
that.
would be a good thing.
Mhm. And once again, we can bring this back with a general plan, or we can move forward with a first read next time with the earth toned colors, or we can just hold off until after the general plan is complete.
So is this going to allow that last company to do what they're doing right now?
Yes, sir. They would have not needed to get a variance. They would have just needed to screen it with either landscaping or an opaque fence of their choice.
So is that going to be a permanent thing then instead of temporary?
They have applied for their building permit, so they're moving forward building a new structure anyway. That was a temporary use for them. It just went over the time period they thought they would need it for. But if someone else would like to do this, it would help them not have to get a variance, not have to have the public hearing and go through that process. They could just get a building permit.
So if we just left residential alone with the earth tones, everything else seems to be okay. We've taken out the square foot requirement for the industrial, and we just want them to cover them up. I mean, is that about as simple as we can make it so
I
we're
think
not
that
causing
kind of,
staff more
In
work?
general terms, yes.
Yes.
I mean, let's
No,
make
but I
this
mean, that's
simple.
really the
So
gist of it, yeah.
we've got a general plan coming up. Let's not reinvent the wheel.
But
Let's
again, do
just
we
keep
want to
it
move
simple.
forward? Because I know we had concerns about, are we making this more onerous than it needs to be in terms of the variance? This would get rid of that need,
Okay.
right? So it's a step in the right direction, quote unquote, right? So, so we put together an offering. And again, it's in a work session, so we have options. We can change it. We can bring it back later. We can pass it now. It'll be affected by the general plan anyway. So anything that comes between now and then would not require a variance or any of those procedures.
So can we change Steve wanted the square footage of residential to change. It seems like that and the colors, all we need changed for residential to make everyone like
So was the
that.
color, was it the amount of square footage or was it the configuration?
The way it was worded.
I mean, 320 square feet's fine with me, but dictating
Container size was
container
out.
size,
Yeah.
it makes it
So
very
those would be the
expensive in
two.
comparison to what you could do.
Okay, so those two issues, color and then configuration, you kind of leave it just square footage without specifying container size.
I would prefer that. but-
Yes, and then Mayor, I have one question. The way the residential color read before was all containers shall be painted and maintained either the primary structure color or a pre-approved earth tone. Would you like to just make that pre-approved earth tone to avoid the blue?
I like the earth.
Okay, so we'll make that
If
adjustment
it's
as well.
okay with everybody. No biggie.
Nothing wrong with Bulldog Blue.
I'm sorry,
Green.
I'm sorry I had more questions than answers. but
It could be
That's reasonable
painted green. Rather blue or green?
And I think all the questions are valid, and they're definitely ones to note down, and we'll dive into them in depth during the general plan update. And once we see what the governor's passed, if any more amendments come up, and I'm sure that next year, if it doesn't pass, they'll be trying again, like you had said. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, then number 2, it's fiscal 2025, 2026 preliminary budget, department reviews. Herschel, thank you.
So just a little bit of a lead in. Obviously, we've been in the budget process now this year for a little bit, and we've gone through some of the same processes we have in the past, council one-on-ones, we've looked at CIP, and usually during this time frame where we are now, we start to look at departmental budgets. We've kind of changed the presentation style on that, beginning with not really much in the way on the department side to full-blown department presentations. Some of the feedback we got in that regard was that it did get a little bit lengthy, so we're trying to create a hybrid tonight. So the intent is to have Mr. Holschel kind of present some summary data, but also give opportunities for departments to make presentations. I did want to remind council that when we started the budget process this year, there was discussion at the state legislature that we would have a limitation because potentially there could be a bill that would remove our food tax from our revenue stream. And so what we did as staff, was to approach that by saying we're going to try and hold the revenue in the general fund to what was used for the FY25 or current year budget. And so we've done that. And in fact, we have a balanced budget as of right now. And we were able to do that by putting a number of items in, many of which Mr. Holschel will review with you. There is a bullet point slide that has, and while we did add it up, the intent was not to say we're going to do all these things. It was simply a way of showing what the total cost potentially would be of those things. So as it stands now, the budget as configured is balanced with that very conservative revenue estimate. And I would like the Assistant City Manager to talk a little bit about where we are right now on the food tax issue before Mr. Holschel proceeds with the budget work session.
Thank you. Mayor and Council, just a quick update on food tax, or as the state calls it, HCR 2021. The intent of this bill originally was to strike or end food tax as we know it, so send that to the voters. For the city of Safford, that means about a $2.1 million impact to our budget annually. This has been quite an interesting bill to track, as one of the first that I've tracked. But on behalf of the city of Safford, Mayor Ortega joined with Mayor Howard and Mayor Paul with Thatcher and Pima respectively, signed a letter of opposition that I hand-delivered to the committee when they heard this at the Capitol. I was joined by 20-plus mayors from around the state who also spoke in opposition to this bill. After that committee heard this bill in opposition, there was a friendly amendment known as the Livingston Amendment that happened, and it passed out of the House with the amendment that would leave our food tax as is for now. Where it stands now is in the Senate. That report is as of 4:30-ish this afternoon, waiting for the Senate Rules Committee to hear and act upon this bill. But again, as of now, we will keep our food tax as we know it at 2.5%.
Okay, so with that as a backdrop, again, I want to remind council, we did bring a balanced budget with the idea that we held those revenues to current year budgeted numbers. There are some discussion items that have come up or needs that have arisen during the budget process that are listed. We can discuss those as we get more deeply into the presentation, and also departments will be discussing their budgets. And again, this is a work session, so we don't have to go through the chair. It's open. If you have questions, if there are specific line items you want to discuss, if there's a department you want to address directly or any kind of a budget request, you can do that. And by no means would this be the only time we would be able to have a work session. We can still have additional work sessions if council feels like we want to discuss any of the items further. So with that being said, I'll turn it over to Mr. Holschel, and then we can proceed. But again, feel free to jump in there. It is a work session.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. I'm here tonight to seek input and direction. Again, this is a work session from City Council regarding the preliminary FY 25-26 department budgets. A little background: Arizona Revised Statutes requires the city to prepare and adopt a balanced budget annually, which we have for each fund on or before the third Monday in July. City staff has been developing the fiscal year 26 budget since late August of last year to ensure the city meets all elements of ARS City Code, internal policies, and generally accepted budget practices. The City's Council is scheduled to approve the final budget on June 9th, 2025. City Council has reviewed the staff's 5-year capital improvement program proposal at multiple work sessions. The FY 2026 portion of the CIP is scheduled for City Council adoption on April 28th. The preliminary 26 departmental budgets include funding requests from all prior council-approved actions. This includes existing staffing levels and healthcare cost-sharing ratios. The preliminary FY 25-26 departmental budgets include the first year of the preliminary 5-year CIP as well. We have modeled changes or cost changes into the 26 departmental budgets for the following items: personnel expenses to include healthcare premiums increasing to 5.5%, ASRS contribution rates decreasing to 12%, PSPRS contribution rates increasing in tiers 1 and 2 and then decreasing in tier 3, a merit and COLA increase or adjustment, final cost for allocations of internal services. The attached budget schedules compare a department's current year budget, current year expenditures, and next fiscal year's budget request. There is a separate column to identify staff proposed supplemental additions to the base budget. A supplemental request may be a new service offered to the community, additional staffing, or reclassifying an existing budgeted position. This helps the city council and community understand what financial resources are necessary to perform at the same level or same service level versus what financial resources are requested to add a service level to the department. There are additional columns for the manager's adjustments and the manager's proposed budget. Finally, staff moves specific budget values from one department to another department for which the line items were better aligned. Respective budgets will have such moves identified on the department detailed sheets. And with that, I will now bring up the presentation. And hopefully the sound doesn't have an issue. So tonight we're here to go over the department summaries and highlights of all the department presented budgets. In this presentation, we're going to go over the budget process, what the city's strategic goals are, any budgetary reminders for how we came upon the department budgets, any changes from previous meetings that have been added, any general fund changes, enterprise fund changes, internal service fund changes, the budgetary outlook, and then the next steps. We began our process in November. Departments began submitting their budget worksheets. And January was the deadline for submission on these worksheets. In February, departments met with the budget team, which is Human Resources, IT, Fleet, the City Manager's Office, and then the Finance Department. In March, there were one-on-one meetings with council where we presented changes that are in the upcoming budget as well as some unknowns that we've talked about recently already. In April, this month, we will have the summary presentations with department presentations. And then at the end of this month, the plan is to adopt the fiscal year 2026 portion of the CIP. In May, we tentatively have planned to adopt the tentative budget, and then the final budget and truth and taxation will both be in June. So our strategic goals are as follows. We have quality of life. We have infrastructure development and maintenance, financial management, growth and development, intergovernmental cooperation, legislative advocacy, business relations and development, use of technology, public information and outreach, and then human resource management. Some of the reminders, we've talked about the known personnel expenses in the CCNF. Healthcare premiums are increasing to 5.5%. That number is modeled in all of these budgets, as well as the ASRS and PSPRS changes. There are movement of costs from one department program to another department program. Those are detailed as we go on to the budget sheets. There are separate columns, as we discussed in the CCF as well, for the department proposed and then the city manager proposed. And then there are the merit increases and COLA adjustments as well. And then there are final cost allocations for internal services, save one, which is the warehouse. So some of the changes from our prior meetings that have been discussed during this budget process. In the CIP, we're going to add a project for upgrading or adding fire alarms to city facilities, as well as a carryover for El Paso Park or the Owens Family Park. There is a project for the golf course to update outdoor golf security cameras, as well as there are a handful of others that will be presented as we go forward in the next month with the CIP. Some of the personnel changes are the updated water wage increase to include wastewater position and water quality technician position. There is also an addition for a post-closure study in landfill. So moving on to the general fund, the goal of this presentation is to highlight the departments that had an increase of 5% or more. You can see I've highlighted it on the far right column, those departments in which there was a increase of 5% or more. Going down the list, we have finance, fire, consolidated courts, planning, community development, the library, grant department, as well as facility maintenance and the airport. And as we go through these, if you have any questions on the specific departments, the department heads will be, they're out in the audience, so if you have questions, they can come up and answer those. I'm going to give my summary on the changes, and if there's any additional information they want to add, or if you have specific questions, you can ask during the time. So in finance, they had an increase of, it was 30%, I believe. This is because the change in personnel, there was a budgeted contract service specialist position in engineering, and going forward, that position will be moved into finance to better fit the needs of the city. There's also a budgeted reclass of the accounting specialist 1 position, which is now an accountant/senior accountant position. There's a change in O&M due to the budget supplementals and professional services. One is a user fee study, a pension actuarial study, a pension benefit lawyer, and then a capital asset assistance through Baker Tilly. Fire is seeing one of the largest changes as well. Their changes come from a change in personnel due to benefit elections and amount of calls received. As they receive more calls and as firefighters choose different benefits, those numbers will increase. The prior year, they did receive a larger number of calls, and so we budget off of the prior year's calls to forecast for what we believe the next year is going to hold. One of the largest increases in their department is a general overhaul, and this is across a lot of departments where they have large equipment, but a general overhaul in how we book or how we are going to capture replacement costs for vehicles, large vehicles and equipment going forward. Fire is unique in the fact that they have lots of large equipment and that most of the large equipment has reached its useful life. We obviously do not have the cash to replace all of the fire trucks at once because that is a large endeavor. So what we have done in finance is spread that cost out over multiple years to try to capture a portion of that and then replace what fire trucks we can in the upcoming years. This is similar in a lot of the departments that have large equipment. Most of the large pieces of equipment, I won't say most, but quite a few of the large pieces of equipment in departments have reached their useful life and then are in need of replacing. And so you'll see specifically in those motor pool fee lines that they have a larger increase because of that to try to catch up with replacement costs. And it's not an all at once thing, it's over multiple years. Do you have anything to add, Troy?
So this budget is for the fire is a 53% increase, which is a pretty substantial. It's the largest increase of any of your departments that will present tonight. We were hoping to have the fire district here tonight. I think there was a miscommunication. They thought the meeting was Tuesday night. And so we'll have to set up another time. But the fire district is half of this budget. So the increases that we're seeing, the 53% on our side, they would also see on their side. We have met with the fire district. We've explained the increases. We've talked about them. We've talked about their levy. They have one source of revenue, which is a tax levy for the county citizens. And we've offered some solutions there. We are hoping to hear their comments tonight and get on the same page with them, but we'll schedule that for another meeting and another night. So the budget process might get slowed down a little bit. So we want to have that discussion with the fire district before we move forward. But any comments about fire or any concerns that I can address right now?
Can you tell me on this slide that we're in, because I'm seeing capital, but I'm not seeing motor pool expense, and we know that they've got motor pool expense. Where's that listed on here?
So you'll see that in the O&M budget. It's
Okay.
the motor pool fee, and it's an O&M item, and the $492,210, most of that is that vehicle replacement fee. And so that's a pretty substantial change for them, but we do believe we can get on a cash basis for fire trucks, even though I can't get a guaranteed price on what a fire truck costs today. So we're working on it.
So when we met with the fire district, there are two basic stages that we're looking at. The first one is these vehicles that several of them are past their useful life already. So I think at this point, based on the discussions we've had, we originally had started with 3 that we wanted to replace. Right now, I think 2 would be available, but we're going to continue to look at potentially using other vendors, but there may be some issues with specifications. That adds an additional layer of cost, which will also impact the fire district, which is why we did meet with them and went over a lot of detailed information that the finance director had to put together. And then there will be another stage at which we look at the building. Now, as council probably recalls, we just talked about the fire station, whether we do a renovation or we do a new fire station. And we are hiring a vendor to do that assessment, and they'll give us an answer to both of those pieces. So the reason that the fire department's budget has grown quite a bit this year is because you have some fairly substantial needs, both in terms of vehicles and also in assessing that facility. There's some other things in here that deal with potentially updating our training facility, which is predominantly grant funded, but there are matching funds, and also equipments like SCBA's, which is I guess, self-contained breathing apparatus, I believe is the term. So those are fairly expensive. They come around, I think, every 15 years. So there are a lot of changes that are incorporated into this budget that in previous years, those years had been kind of rote repeats. This, working with the fire chief, who's in the back of the room right now, has really worked really closely with the finance director, the deputy finance director, and myself, having discussions. And of course, finance has worked out how we try to pay for some of these things. So fire is a substantially different budget this year, but there is a very strong logic behind it. So anyway, I wanted council to kind of recognize that as we discussed last year's budget, the only thing that really, we had previously taken a fire station out of the CIP because there was just a number and no real basis for that number in terms of generating it. In the interim period, we've looked at the building, whether it be renovating it or building a new one, and working with the fire chief, we've looked at things like vehicles and any of the equipment needs that they may have. So we went from basically really removing a kind of, if you will, a vacuous number from the CIP and bringing back instead a full plan. And again, that plan is for you to review. But I did want to emphasize that as we looked at this, there can be impacts on the fire district too in terms of paying for it. So I do want to have them come and speak to you. And again, we have had a chance to speak to them, but the impacts are shared, right? Because we split those costs with the fire district. So anyway, I wanted to acknowledge that there's a lot of time and effort and work that went into getting where we were last year to where we are this year.
When we get around to ordering vehicles, how are you going to go about speccing it out so that we can avoid any miscommunication?
Vice Mayor, it's funny, we talked about that today and working again with the fire chief in terms of meeting their needs, but there's going to be very specific things we'd like to put some specs together because obviously some of these pieces of equipment approach $1 million or more, and so there will be very specific specifications put together to make sure that we get what we order.
So you have a committee, you have a study for that, how are you going to go about identifying it?
Well, basically, we would work with the fire chief who has been looking at the vehicles and understands what the needs are within those vehicles, and also working with the finance director to figure out how we pay for them, and also working with the vendors. It's a very unusual situation. So first of all, the vehicles are already past their useful life, so there's like a 4-year window on some of these vehicles to get them in-house. So the finance director has worked on a cash basis on how we pay for them, but even under those conditions, the vendor that we've been talking to, at least up to this point, is looking at potentially a 25% increase over the life of that, potentially between now and the time that that vehicle gets delivered. And even that's even in us speccing it out. So we have to look at maybe some options for that. So there's going to be specific work done working with the fire chief and the finance director and vendors to make sure that we're very specific in those specifications, but also in how we order them. Because it's a very strange market. It's not like you go out and order in a vehicle and you get it in a year. There are long lead times. There's various ways that vendors may charge you a premium depending on how prices change over that period. So all of that is being considered.
I'm just want to make sure because they are special things. There
Yes.
needs to be detailed specifications so
Yes.
that we get what we want, not only what we pay for.
Agreed.
Next one we have is planning and community development. Their large increases due to the update of the general plan. You guys have already talked about updating the general plan earlier in the item before this. With a department so I guess smaller, I will say, than other departments, the $60,000 general plan is a hefty increase in her department. It happens only every 10 years though, so that is why planning and community development is on this list. The next one is facility maintenance. This one is seeing an increase due to a change in personnel. The budgeted position of custodial worker was previously in human resources. Since then, we've moved it to facility maintenance to kind of fit the overall role of what that position does. It is a facility maintenance position, maintaining our facilities as a janitor or a custodial worker, and that it captures it better in that department. Outside of that, there are some minor increases here and there, but that is the large increase. Lance, did you have anything else to say?
I just want to take the time to make note of what we're kind of doing in our facility maintenance department right now. We're working on basically a life cycle maintenance plan of all our buildings. We've already gone around, staff's gone around to every building, done initial inspections, gathered information on, what they know. When the buildings were painted, AC units were replaced, the stuff that we know, stuff we don't know, we're just trying to get our best guess. And we're trying to put together kind of a 5-year operational maintenance plan that is going to have some expense to it. Obviously, there's a lot of things that need to be upkeep on buildings. And, for example, this building's got, I think, 11 AC units. And if we had to replace them all today, it'd be well over $100,000. So hopefully we don't have to replace them all at the same time. But the idea is to get years on when those were put in, track that so we can maybe budget for that the best we can. In my operating budget, I've added a couple things we've made note of this year. One of them was kind of reconfiguring customer service at City Hall. We've added in my operating budget a little bit for that and putting some exhaust fans in the computer room here. So some things we're picking up on as we go through these buildings will be added to my operational budget as maintenance items, but the operational budget will go up a little bit to take care of some of those things. We do need to make an adjustment to my capital, the negative 117,000. So this year we budgeted 70,000 to do fire alarm upgrades for the library. Well, for all the buildings that had them, City Hall, library, Annex, Myoc, and the old police station. Everything was outdated. We couldn't really use anything. They got the library upgraded, and we're doing City Hall for the amount we have budgeted for this year. So we're rebudgeting 130,000 in next year's budget, and that says 70. So that needs to be fixed a little bit, and I'll get with Matthew. But we're going to do in next year's budget, we'll finish doing the Myoc, the old police station, and the Annex building. So those will be upgraded as well. So just wanted to touch base on that and just let you know how we're coming about. We're in the middle of doing some pretty detailed analysis on these buildings and golf course and swimming pool and all that, and trying to get Troy some good numbers so he can tell you what's coming down the line as we progress. So any questions on the facility maintenance budget while I'm standing here?
Can you explain a little why it shows the negative 117?
So we had 70,000 budgeted in fiscal year 25, and actually we had 180,000. 187 is what was in this year, and that included fire alarms with 70,000 of that. This year we're just doing 130. So the 70,000 is actually last year. So it just kind of I haven't finished the CIP form for this year, and it just needs to be bumped over for a year. It's one had 70 and one had 130. Just needs to be shifted a year. That's all it is. So I can get Matthew to fix that pretty quick. So.
I would have thought this would have went up more because of the many buildings that we do need maintenance in.
Well, as I mentioned, it's going to, with what we've got, we're hoping to have a better plan next year. We're going through everything right now, getting very detailed. We'll probably have a pretty good size increase next year, depending on what we throw into each year. But this year, this is what we may increase this just a little bit to cover a few more items that we think we can get done next year. But next year should be a pretty good increase. And we may have to, bid out some of that stuff to get done. If we decide we've got a couple buildings that need to be painted, we'll hire a company to come in and paint them, that kind of thing. So we'll keep you posted on that, but it'll come about throughout this coming year. We'll get pretty detailed and get some good numbers for you.
Because I would see this department and the Parks Department adding to the budget next year because of what we got on the horizon.
Yeah, parks we're going to be a full year out from this summer before we have that new big park. We feel like we've got the staff to get by with what we're completing right now at Owens Park. So not this year, but the next year, we're going to probably be looking for at least one more body, if not two, staffing to help manage our park system. So.
And you still don't feel real good about inmate help?
No, unless we had a big project where, we're going to use them at the airport for certain projects where they can hire them to do the stuff they're capable of doing. I don't feel like it's a benefit to the city, and I think we've proven that over the years that we can do as much, if not more, without them than we can with them.
Okay, but yeah, we're gonna add to the parks because of what's going on.
Yep.
Maintenance in several buildings that we own, so, okay, Mr. Henry, thank you.
I just want to make a comment. I think it's good that you're looking at all the facilities, making sure, what needs to be maintained. But I just want to say, as you're going through that process, it's important that we look at things that do need to be bid out. So I'm glad you mentioned that because, our staff can only do so much. Not that I'm against you adding staff, but I think there are times that we need to bid out some of those projects. So that's great that you're looking at that too.
We're gonna focus more on doing general maintenance with the
Right.
staff we have, and I'm short-staffed right now. I have been short-staffed for a few months now in maintenance, but they're working at the park right now, and they're doing maintenance in between. So we're gonna try and get away from that stuff. Anything that's fairly big, we'll get that bid out and keep them focused on the smaller items. A little remodel at customer service next year. They think they've got a plan where we can kind of pre-build all that stuff over in their yard, and then we can shut down Thursday night, and the guys will work overtime on the weekend, go in there, tear it out, put it back together, and they can hopefully be back up and running Monday morning. So we've got a plan already for that one.
Thank you, Lance. Yeah, and just to clarify on the capital one, the whole fire alarm project together was a $200,000 budgeted project. The first year of that being 70,000, which should be in the current year of part of that 187,000. So what should be in that column, it should be 130,000 instead of 70,000, and I'll make that adjustment as we go forward into the next meeting. And then, so kind of also to talk on this department, you'll see a little bit later in the presentation, there's some stuff that we've discussed. The facility maintenance, ongoing maintenance is one of those things that we did discuss. So as we get to that list that the city manager alluded to earlier, that is one of those things that is not currently in the budget, that council can discuss if they would like to add additional funds for that type of thing. So.
For ongoing maintenance,
For ongoing maintenance, yes.
it's not in the budget.
It is not currently in the budget, and we'll get to that, and I'll explain it more as we get to that slide.
Point it out when you get there.
I will. Next up, we have the airport. At the airport, we have a change in personnel due to the addition of a full-time position and a part-time position. This is in the current year that took place, and so this is just to reflect those changes as now going forward into the upcoming budget. There is also a change in O&M due to a supplemental increase for a NEPA survey. There's money set aside for FBO agreement, for legal support on an FBO agreement, and then billboard advertising. The supplemental that you see up there in O&M are those three things, though.
Can you clarify? We're using acronyms again. What is in
That is
NEPA?
a good question. The airport manager is going to tell me what NEPA is because I don't.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council member. So NEPA is the National Environmental Protection Act. So NEPA surveys apply to any federal action involving our property, so we go through that for the landfill. We have to deal with that when we acquire BLM property. Because the airport was divested by the federal government under the Military Excess Property Act in the 1940s, all of our main parcel on the airport is subject to federal regulation. This particular survey is to allow us to open up more property in the airport business park to lease. So we have to go through a process, go through an environmental and a cultural clearance before the FAA will allow us to develop that property. And I'll provide some additional high-level information as well. Obviously, the airport is seeing an increase this year. As Matthew mentioned, obviously a decent portion of that is adding the increasing that part-time to full-time position in the current budget year, adding that part-time position to support airline service. Obviously, things can change depending on how airline service goes over the next year. Our current contract expires in December, halfway through the year. So we'll see what happens with airline service and also if there's any potential for additional federal or state funding as we move closer to the end of that term. Additionally, heavy focus has been placed on the airport generating more of its own revenue. So over the last 3 years, we've seen a pretty huge increase in airport revenues. Coming up to this year, I think we're getting close to 90%, approximately 85 to 90% self-sufficiency on O&M. So obviously not our capital budget, but a vast majority of our capital budget is funded by federal grants aside from revenue developing projects like some of the hangars we're currently building. A majority of that increase in revenue is due to constructing hangars, but it's also due to things like one of the things we did this year is we moved the air show out of planning and community development's budget. It's now fully in the airport's budget since that event actually generates its own revenue and typically covers most of its own costs. So we're able to budget both the expense and the revenue in the airport fund as well. We're getting there. We're doing a lot better than we were 3 years ago, and we're well on the way to moving the airport forward to the point where it will sustain itself. Any questions for me?
No, this one's grown the most. And so it shows a lot of promise, and that's what I'm hanging on to right now is hope in this area.
Me too, Vice Mayor. I think, and it to me, it's not just hope. We're actually seeing it day over day. We're seeing new revenues. Even today, we're getting ready to another agreement that we didn't budget for that will develop additional revenue for the airport. And we're continuing to explore more areas that we can continue to bring in new business, continue to bring in new revenue, and grow the airport.
Do we need to have a pocket in case you do get more grants and stuff? Do we have to have some money in reserve to act on them?
So that comes in two forms, Vice Mayor. So we currently budget for every grant project that we apply for with the federal government as far as our capital program is concerned. So that's why you see the airport's capital budget is so large, because we go out and we put every single grant that we could possibly get from the FAA. Every year we basically put in a program with the FAA and with ADOT. We put in all those grant projects that we want to see. All of those grant projects aren't always funded. Obviously, in the current federal budget, there's been some downturn. There's been some areas that they're reconsidering. Airport grants are interesting in that they're not funded anyway by income tax or anything of that nature at the federal level. They're funded by airline excise tax. So when you buy an airline ticket, you pay a tax that goes back to airports. So it's a self-sustaining fund. So those funds are protected under federal law. So as long as people keep flying on the airlines, we'll continue to have that cash flowing back to the airport. But we do budget for that. And then if there are one-off grants that we're able to get at the local level, something through United Way or something like that, that's when we come back with a contingency request to expend those funds using contingency.
Okay, sir. I'm hanging on to hope.
Are
Been
we
looking
seeing
good.
airport traffic increase here? Are you seeing more passengers?
Yes, we are. We're seeing about a 30% increase month over month. We have a sale right now on airline tickets, so we've seen that help bump some of our ridership up. We're seeing community, as I'm sure everybody knows, is relatively price sensitive, especially right now with inflation. So we're trying to find that right price point at which we're seeing a lot of users on the airline.
Do you see the threshold we need to make in order to get a 2-engine aircraft here?
So that would require some additional coordination with our partners at the mine, just because the only way we'd be able to do that is basically a promise from the mine that they're going to give us that ridership we need in order to support a larger aircraft, essentially, because it's not within the scope of our existing grant agreement with the DOT, because obviously a majority of this project is funded by that Small Community Air Service Development Grant. And so increasing to a larger aircraft, that additional funding would have to come from somewhere or come in the form of a guarantee from Freeport that they're going to help us fill those airplanes.
Because some agencies will not fly single-engine craft.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. Mainly Freeport. We find that out after we had gone through this process, that they had some additional requirements that the local staff was not aware of.
I'd want more than a promise.
I'd want a signed agreement.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Any further questions for me? All right, thank you.
That's the last one for the general fund, unless there are any specific questions on departments in the general fund that council has.
I know you have the numbers somewhere, but just can you tell me how much it increased this year,
The general fund overall,
expenditure?
so it's on this slide right here. Say that again? Yeah, 1,041,000. So at the bottom, on the bottom right, down at the very, very bottom, you can see that's $1,041,705 increase, or 6%.
With what you have put into the budget at this time?
That is with what council has given direction on so far, including supplementals. That doesn't include anything that is further on in this packet tonight. That includes just the decisions that council has made to date.
Okay.
And so the supplementals are in there, the health insurance, PSPRS, ASRS, merit, COLA, the up to 500, up to 250 Christmas bonuses are in there. All of that is in there right now. And that puts it at a 6% increase year over year.
Thank you, sir.
I know we don't have a slide for it, but speaking of bonuses, and maybe this is HR question, but it doesn't make sense to me, and I don't think it's the best thing for our employees. Why are we doing their annual reviews in January? So all annual reviews are getting done in January, yet they're not seeing their merit increases until July. So we're telling them, hey, great job last year. You did really good, but you're going to wait 6 months for your increase in your pay. Is there not a way that we can change that? Maybe get their reviews done, let's say, late March, early April, so that you guys can have it to present to council for the next budget. I can see them waiting 2 months, 3 months, but to ask them to wait 6 months, yes, they still get it for that whole year, but you're telling them that they're doing a great job and we're going to give you this good increase, but you're going to wait 6 months for it. I don't know about you, but that's not very incentivizing to me. And it just seems like that's something that we can change to get that money into their hands faster and keep their morale up.
I'll let Danielle talk a little bit, but just from a budgetary standpoint, to know how much I have to budget for, or the city has to budget for merit increases, if it happened in April and May, that wouldn't give council enough time to make a decision on whether they approve the merit increases for that year.
If you guys could complete them by March and have them by April, it's April now, you would be able to slide it into your presentation.
Correct. They still would have to wait 3 months then. And so it is sooner. It is sooner. It is sooner, right? But just from my standpoint, receiving those earlier on so that I can make those determinations going forward, that in my mind is why they're that way. I think in the policy, how it's currently written, that's how it's been. I don't know if that's up for change. I'll let Danielle speak to that.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I wasn't really going to add much to that. The only reason it is written that way into policy is simply because of the budget process. So we like to have all that information in, give the department heads plenty of time to evaluate their employees, and then give finance enough time to build it into the budget and give council enough time to make those decisions as far as if they're going to approve the merits or not. So it's just simply a budget schedule.
And we can pretty much guesstimate about how much bonuses, like the merit increase is going to be, right? It's not like
So-
we're changing by huge amounts each year.
Correct, but it would still always be effective July 1 because it has to be
Right.
part of a fiscal year. So if we're changing anything, we're simply changing the
schedule for the evaluations, but the increase is always going to be from July 1 to June 30 every year. So the increase schedule stays the same. It's just a matter of when we're approving it that changes it, and when we're giving their eval. But the increase itself is always June 1 or July 1 to June 30. So
I would just like to see that be less of a time frame for the employees so they have a little bit more incentive, a little bit more higher morale instead of having to wait.
I can
6
tell
months.
you to date, I haven't heard any complaints in that regard. At least
I
it hasn't
have.
made it to the HR office, but like I said, we can always adjust the schedule of the evaluation, but it doesn't change when they actually see the increase. And they still get the increase for an entire fiscal year.
They do. And I get that. It's just the complaint was, and I understand that. I mean, if you're gonna give me a raise, why are you gonna make me wait 6 months to get it? So
But again, remember that the cycle repeats, so it's still 12 months.
it's still 12 months. They're getting it, but we're making them wait so long in between that it's kind of a moot point.
So additional history on this as well. So this is actually only the second year that we've done a merit increase at the city. So prior to last year, we didn't have any data on how much that was going to be. We could kind of guesstimate based on what prior evaluations were, but this is only the second year of those increases. I think going forward, to your point, we can gauge how much that increase is going to be year over year. And again, if council chooses to change those timelines, then that can be a decision that they make. It will make it a little bit tighter. I'm not saying it's undoable, right? But council wouldn't then only see it until April. Again, the decision is up to council, though, if they want to change that probationary time period.
And what's the impact on the Ragged doing the open enrollment?
Open enrollment doesn't in fact affect merit.
Right, but you're not going to give them part of the raise, right? You're going to give them their whole raise.
So, like I said before, the only thing that changes is the evaluation schedule. So if we wanted to say evaluations are going to be from March to March, we could. I would still be bringing compensation and benefits, including the insurance premiums, around March, April. As far as Ragged's concerned, I just always have to make sure that we get our insurance premiums and how much we're going to pay. As far as the premium split to Ragged, typically end of March, beginning of April, because we have to have time to build the benefit system. So we would just, like I said, if we're going to do that, we just have to time it to where I can still get the merits as well as the benefits approved before that system has to be built.
Any other questions on different other departments or just general fund in general? If not, we're going to move on to our special revenue fund, which is streets. HERF Streets. Here we see a change in O&M due to budgeted increases in equipment replacement costs and motor pool fees, very similar to fire and departments that have large equipment. We're going to see an increase in that motor pool line. You'll see it here in the operating expenses line. All the departments' motor pool fees are captured in operating expenses under that one line of motor pool fees. If you look in your packet, it's probably the largest one in O&M for these departments. But they also have a lot of equipment that has reached its useful life and is in need of replacement. Similar to fire, we can't replace it all in 1 year. So we've set up a cost model over the course of the next 10 years or 10 to 15 years in order to capture a cost and what it would be to replace the current vehicles we have that have reached their useful life and vehicles in the upcoming years that are going to reach their useful life. So we do this with all of our departments that have, with all of our departments actually, the ones that have, we have talked about that are going to be the majority of lease vehicles won't see as large of an increase because their equipment, they either don't have equipment or it hasn't reached its useful life. So streets is one though that has lots of large equipment that have those pieces of equipment have reached their useful life and are in need of replacement. And the replacement fund just hasn't kept up with the replacing of all the vehicles that needed to be replaced. So this is to rectify that situation.
And do we have something in place so that way if we're replacing, like we just did the roller, if we're replacing the roller, then we've got it popping up on somebody's calendar, 5 years, 10 years, whatever useful life is. Hey, it's time to get the next one. So we're not constantly having to dip into general fund or I need you to approve this because this, do we have a schedule where we've got that?
Yeah, so this last year, we've definitely taken a closer look at our fleet and vehicle replacement schedule overall. And in conjunction with talking with the fleet manager, supervisor, the assistant city manager, and then the finance director and I, we've looked at pretty comprehensively all of the vehicles and equipment we have in our fleet. This is also on to piggyback off of all of the capital asset stuff that we've been doing. As we went out and tagged all of our equipment and vehicles, this kind of spurred that to look at, when are we replacing all this stuff and tagging it and putting it into our system. So yes, in short, we have taken a closer look. I believe you'll see in upcoming council meetings, the fleet supervisor is going to be giving a presentation on those changes and how we determine useful life. With that, he's also keeping up when those need to be replaced, coming and having talks with finance and then the departments in which the vehicles and the equipment need to be replaced during the budget process. So instead of having those conversations in the spring when we've already basically seen a lot of the budget stuff, those conversations now will be had in the fall with the upcoming list of vehicles that need to be replaced. And the conversation is going to be had on whether or not that vehicle still is deemed it has more useful life or if it's reached its useful life and needs to be replaced in the upcoming budget.
That makes sense. So we're not digging ourselves out of this hole again.
Correct. And then on top of that, and as the vehicle replacement fund is great. I think in talking with the finance director in places that he's been, and even the city manager, they haven't seen something like this where the city has set up an actual replacement fund to take care of those vehicles with cash. And so it's great if it's kept up. What had been happening in the past is that vehicles had reached their useful life and then they would stop putting money into the replacement fund. Unfortunately, when it reached its useful life, the cost of the vehicle is going to be still more as the years and years go on, even if it's deemed still useful. And so when it comes time to replace that vehicle, it's the money that had been saved was 5 years prior prices. And so in order to change that going forward, there will be an additional cost associated with a vehicle to put into the replacement fund, even beyond its useful life, if we deem that it still has more useful life beyond what was said initially. So that is also going to help the situation, and that's kind of a portion of those increases is to help with that too. So vehicles that still have useful life, that have reached their useful life, are now putting into the replacement fund as well.
So if you know what it is, are you going to fix the problem?
Part of putting money in the replacement fund after the useful life has been reached is to fix that problem so that a vehicle that has a 20-year useful life, say a vehicle purchased in 2005, right? 20-year useful life, this year would reach its useful life. Prior years after this, no money was being set aside for the replacement fund. Now the fleet manager comes to the department and says, do you want to replace this vehicle? I still think it has another 5 years in it. And they say, I agree, another 5 years. Well, when we get 5 years and it needs to be replaced then, it only has enough saved up for the 5 years prior. And so going forward, we're going to be saving over those additional years for the cost of the vehicle at that time.
We're going to fix it.
We're fixing it.
Okay. Now, the depth in this 616,000, where'd that depth come from? Debt.
So a portion of that debt is the Birdno property. I can't remember all of the debt in that. I know that the Birdno property is one of them. There's additional debt for.
I thought the price we paid for that was less than this 600,000.
You made a good effort. So I'll be discussing the debt today as part of the ACFA review. So if you save that question for that item, we will go over the debt and you can specifically see how much debt we have out there. And the 616,000 for street is a portion of that debt that you'll talk about tonight. So if you give us a little bit more time tonight, we'll give you that answer.
Okay, and I know you don't like to pay off debt.
We can show you all $25 million of our debt.
Okay.
Sorry, I couldn't answer that all the way. The finance director will talk about that a little bit more later, and hopefully that'll answer your question. If not, we definitely have the answer for that. Any other questions on streets?
This is another one I'd like to see more money in.
Streets?
Yep. I mean, not necessarily right now. I know Mr. Henry's planning for that too. But just like the building maintenance and all that, with our fund balances up there nice and healthy, we do need to spend some of the monies we have. So I look for
I will
in here.
kind of talk to that one more specifically. Streets actually is one of the few departments that their fund balance maintains at the council directed 50% plus debt service. And that is because they put money into their fund balance every couple of years, and every 4 or 5 years, the public works director schedules a large streets project to take place, which then drains all the money out of the fund balance down to that reserve requirement. And so the streets is unique in that way, is that they're the one of the few funds that actually maintains at that level and are not building as much fund balance. I do think that with the new vehicle replacement, they will not build as fast a fund balance, and you'll see that in a lot of the enterprise funds. But additionally, I think it's a good time to talk about right now the revenue sources that streets has. So the main revenue source for streets is a transfer in from the general fund. That is the half-cent sales tax that was agreed upon, and then it sunsets in 2030. And so with that sunsetting, that's $2.5 million of revenue that the streets fund will no longer see after 2030. And by the time it gets to 2030, it'll probably be more around like $3 to $3.5 million. Outside of that, they receive some very small portion of vehicle license tax, and that has maintained relatively flat over the past 5 years at around $750,000. And then the HERF, state shared, which is it's a fuel tax, so it's what you pay at the pump. And as we see more fuel efficient vehicles and electric vehicles, that number is seeing a decrease. And so really the streets fund is in a precarious position because if that transfer in from the general fund goes away, it will not be able to self-sustain.
Thank you, sir.
Moving on to the enterprise funds, here we see a change in, I'm just going to present the majority of the departments in enterprise because they are enterprise funds. As departments feel the need to come up and talk about them, they can. But overall, the enterprise funds altogether year over year are seeing an increase of $910,000. So down at the bottom right again is the increase year over year. Your largest increases are in sanitation and landfill, and we'll talk about why those large increases are so large. Outside of that, water, wastewater, and gas, you actually see a decrease in electric, and that is because of the purchase for power. So sanitation is seeing a change in O&M due to their budget increases, equipment replacement costs, and motor pool fees. I really could have just recorded that and said that for like 7 of these departments, because that is a large reason why these departments are seeing changes, is because of to update this replacement cost for these vehicles. Sanitation has 7 trucks that they run every single day. And so as you can imagine, the useful life on a sanitation vehicle is very short. We put it at 7 years. Some of them don't even last a week. But in reality, it is 7 years. We don't get much out of them past 7 years. If we have 7 and we don't want to replace all of them at the same time, we have to move to replacing one almost every single year. And so as we looked at the vehicle replacement program for sanitation, we looked at just doing that, putting a cost in there for how much it would be to replace a vehicle every year and being able to replace those. Now, if we're lucky and we get a really good sanitation truck that can last an additional year, we'll still have the money set aside to get an additional one. Right now, this is just maintaining what we need for the current fleet in sanitation. Obviously, if Safford begins to grow more or we see more development, there might be a conversation had about adding an additional truck or additional service to keep up with the demand for solid waste collection. So again, this fund, largely the cost here is the vehicles. They don't have a large infrastructure. The vehicles is their infrastructure cost. And so as those costs increase with vehicles, so too does their budget.
I have a question in sanitation. So I know in our meeting in March, you had presented that revenues were in sanitation about 1.3 million. And we have an expected 1.6 million of expenses. Do we have enough fund balance to cover that deficit in this budget year? Or what are the plans to
So
offset that?
that's a good point. So currently we're undergoing a rate study. Sanitation is included in that. At this point, all these budgeted numbers were given to our consultants to discuss how going forward the costs are going to be. They actually came up with their own model on costing for fleet replacement as well based on our program. I think in sanitation, it was very much in line with what we came up with. So looking forward, the rate study that they're going to be, or the rates that they're going to be proposing will be able to match the budget that we have going forward with that. So in short, today, this budget year, they will have enough fund balance going forward with the current rate structure and the current model. I don't foresee being able to maintain without a rate change.
So we're pushing the cost off onto the taxpayers. Is there anything we can do to lower that? Because we need to look future to make sure we're looking at sustainability, not just dumping it off onto our citizens to pay for our.
Well, we're not dumping it off. What we're doing, because of the way the utilities are built, right? Unlike the general fund where the market dictates the revenue stream, and in the utilities, you have to set a rate, a user fee, if you will, for that. So what we found was that the majority of our trucks, if not all of them, were past their useful life. The driving force behind sanitation's cost is those vehicles, right? So what we've done is we have replaced, I believe, 2 of them. One is on the way, right? And so there are some opportunities where we could use monies in our vehicle rotation plan that would not have won't be used because we went to leases, and those vehicles that had been depreciated would have left money in the general fund that we could use some money for that. You could get an additional truck out of the general fund reserves and make that a payment that it doesn't cover. But what you're going to see is a number going forward that is part of the ongoing cost of that fund to replace those vehicles on a regular basis. That's in the neighborhood, I think, 500,000, 549, something like that. So you're looking at almost $500,000+. So it's a question of, as you say, ongoing costs and making sure you're cycling those revenues through. And, you know, again, it makes a point on, I think, on a number of items that we've listened to tonight, and one of them being our facilities, right? Not paying for things and not fixing things on a regular basis does not save you money, right? In the short run, it may, but in the long run, all you end up is with a bigger bill. And so the last time you did a rate study was in 2018, right? And in the interim period, I don't believe we've replaced any vehicles until recently. And so what happens
we didn't
is
include
that
sanitation in that rate study. So to that point, sanitation hasn't undergone a rate study in quite some time.
right. So the idea that we're trying to bring to you, and it's true of fire, it's true of facilities maintenance, is you have things that have to be maintained. Doing that by spreading those costs over a period of time helps keeps the cost down. Now, part of what we can do, as I just mentioned, was maybe take more money out of the vehicle and equipment rotation fund and pay and buy another vehicle with that money that now is not going to be reused for those vehicles that have a lease. You could buy another vehicle using general fund money again to try to help cover the cost, and then get back on a regular payment plan where every year you're setting aside $500,000 in essence, so that now it will become self-sustaining, and the increases that you're going to see will be inflationary, right? Or anything having to do with salary increases at the landfill. So again, it is paid for by users. And then again, there are other issues, but that really is the bulk of it, right? The big driving force behind sanitation are those vehicles. So once we get that fixed, we have already built in a number that will replace them on an ongoing basis. I hope that answers your question.
Any other questions on sanitation? And just maybe this will help too. So all of the enterprise funds are, their revenue sources are based on user fees. Unlike the general fund or unlike HERF streets, where their money is based on tax collections, income tax, through state shared, sales tax collection. So these are all based on user fees, what you pay for a service that's provided to you. Sanitation is based on trash pickup. That's literally their only, I think, revenue source. And so what we pay for trash collection goes, it has an enterprise. So the definition of an enterprise fund is a self-sustaining fund in government. And in order for it to be an enterprise fund, it has to bring in as much revenue as its expenditures. And that's based off of user fees.
I do want to ask a question regarding that. If we chose and didn't want to, I mean, if option came up to increase the user fee, but we wanted to use general fund revenues, that option is available if we wanted to do that, to not increase
Yeah,
those
and
user
I don't
fees.
know if depending on the magnitude, but you
Right.
certainly could use general fund to absorb some of those, I'll call them startup, to get that vehicle
Right.
rotation plan going again. And you could use that to keep down. And that's what I was suggesting, either stage one, where you wouldn't even affect the general fund, you could use the monies that were built up in the vehicle and equipment rotation. And if you wanted to get yet another vehicle and use general fund to do that, well, now you're at a point where you've got 5 out of the 7 vehicles replaced, and that will keep that cost down. However, in order to make sure that things move forward and are self-sustaining, you're still gonna have that $500,000 a year that's gonna get added in. But it will keep rates down in the short run, so you can level that cost out over time.
But you're saying you can use the general fund to supplement an enterprise fund?
Correct.
Right? You
Can't
just
go
can't
the
go
other
the
way.
other way.
Yeah, so enterprise funds can't supplement anything else, like
Correct.
back in the day with Gila Resources.
Yeah, that's before my time.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. But yeah, you can use general fund and enterprise funds, you just can't go the other way. And again, I wouldn't recommend it as a long-term solution, but a short-term solution to keep rates down for the end user, I think, when you have that additional money in the general fund, I think is at least a viable option.
So in the transfer out on this one, I'm seeing 83.4, and when I go down to the breakdown, it's just saying cost allocation for general fund services. What is that?
So enterprise funds, if the way to think of it is an enterprise fund, say, we can take sanitation. So say Vista Recycling was our trash service. They have their own accounting office, they have their own management office, they have all of those services that they already have. Now, if you look at our sanitation department, they only have the solid waste collectors. And then they have the public works director who manages them, who resides in the general fund. They have the city manager who makes decisions for them as well. You have the finance office that does the accounting for them. You have customer service that does a portion as well, their internal service fund. But those general fund departments that provide those services that they would have to provide for themselves if they were their own business, those are the cost allocations. And you'll see in all of the enterprise funds that there is a general fund cost allocation because of those.
I just wanted a little clarification
Yep.
since it wasn't there. And
Good
we're
question.
transferring out IT capital?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Is transferring out the IT capital the same thing?
Yeah, so transferring out the IT capital it's an internal service fund with capital. It doesn't reside in the general fund, and so when they transfer the money out, it goes into that internal service fund.
So the enterprise fund will pay the government for services rendered.
Correct. And the idea again behind that is if you were to have a private electric or a private water business, that provide service for your citizens, they would have all of those in their business model already, and they would be paying for those, and those costs would be associated in the user fees. And so this is just to capture those costs that the general fund provides for these enterprise funds. Next up, we have landfill. They have a change in personnel due to the addition of 2 full-time customer service representatives transferred from business services. That is a bulk of the increase, as well as the O&M increase for equipment replacement costs in a motor pool. They also have a supplemental increase in O&M for a post-closure study to take place. The last study was done in 2016. And we believe it's time to do another post-closure study to capture exactly what the costs need to be set aside for that going forward, as well as us maybe getting an expansion online within the next upcoming years. We need to look at what that would look like for us. Outside of that, I don't know if Troy, are you going to speak about the vehicle replacement or no? Okay. Again, with the vehicle replacement, they have large pieces of equipment. $1 to $1.5 million pieces of equipment out there that are driven every day. Very similar to sanitation in being used constantly and having shorter useful lives because of that. Not similar that they're about 2 to 3 times the cost of a sanitation truck to replace one of them. So that's why their O&M budget is much larger. Again, currently landfill has around $1.2 million already set aside in their vehicle replacement fund. So they are better off, in which this upcoming year, we can look at replacing some of that equipment. And as we bring more of the budget to you in at the next council meeting, those costs might be in there to just reflect what those costs will look like to replace 2 to 3, maybe 1 or 2 pieces of equipment in the upcoming year that have already reached their useful life that we need to replace.
Do we have money set aside already for the closure?
Yes, so the way that the landfill operates is we have, before our time, similar to the vehicle replacement, they did a very good job at accounting for that post-closure and going negative in their fund balance. Not negative as in they were taking money from it, but accounting for it in a negative way, saying that they couldn't go below a certain point and then trying to reach that point. So landfill is very well off, and they also have an additional, at the landfill, we charge 25% on tonnage that goes to that post-closure amount. And so landfill is very well off in that category.
So we're on track to having the funds to close.
We're on track.
So my item tonight for the landfill is an item I left you back in January. If you remember GCRC and St. Vincent de Paul, we said we'd come back during the budget process. Congratulations, we're here. And so our recommendation as staff, we've gone through the rate study, we've looked at landfill, another troubled fund that, again, is looking at rate increases to try to survive. So our recommendation as staff from the GCRC St. Vincent de Paul is we have a council-directed donation process where we set aside $100,000 of council funds for the donation to nonprofits. We would still suggest, as of July 1st, that GCRC and St. Vincent de Paul go through that process to apply for funds, and you guys can take that on an individual year-by-year basis to fund them or not to fund them. But the canceling of revenues to the landfill is not helpful, and we can't really track. Back in the past, as of November, the new software, we can see how much is being dumped. But again, it's a volatile. There's no cap on how much you can dump. All of that costs the end user of the landfill money that needs to be set aside for that future post-closure. So playing around with landfill revenues in the form of giving them away for free isn't a good way of continuing to fund this fund. So we recommend as staff that the council-directed donation process be used for St. Vincent de Paul and GCRC. Starting July 1. We do have a waiver all the way through June 30th of this year, but I just want to get your guys' direction or counsel on that. We can go back. If you guys have other ideas, we can look at it and look about capturing those lost revenues somewhere in this budget. But again, it's just more money that could be put on other users to pay the fees at the landfill. So with that said, is there any direction you guys have for me on GCRC or St. Vincent de Paul and their use of the landfill for free?
Let them use the same process everybody else does. In other words,
The council directed $100,000 funds we set aside would be a great place for them to go.
right.
Not saying that we're giving any guarantee of how much they would receive. It would be a year-by-year basis that they would have to live with and operate with.
And didn't that fund go down some? Wasn't it 120?
No, it's, if anything, it's gone up from 50 to 100.
It went up.
And we can talk about other resources we have in the form of opioid money that we could probably supplement it if you wanted to. So there's a lot of additional resources if it's opioid related, so.
I didn't know, I heard the mayor, but I didn't know if there was a way to wing them off of it for a year at least.
So again, this is your budget. We haven't set anything in stone. We have till June 9th. The tentative budget, we probably want to pass a little bit higher, but if that's the direction tonight, we should budget for a little bit more in the council-directed funds to wean off, as you say, the two big users of the free landfill dumps. That's a definite recommendation. We can go back to the budget, put an extra $20,000 in there, or whatever number you believe would be sufficient.
Well, and I think that's where the difficulty comes in though, right? Because it's a volatile number. There isn't a trended number. It depends. It depends on what they're doing, what they're dumping. So you don't really know year over year what that number is going to be.
Well, and some of it's very self-inflicted because you can see them advertising. They'll come and pick up your unsold yard sale stuff. So they're coming, they're picking it up, and then they're deciding what they want to take to the garbage, but blaming it on donations when their trucks are going to the yard sales and picking the stuff up. So some of it is self-inflicted of them going and gathering it. And I think I saw them working behind there, and maybe it's them putting up cameras to stop people from dumping the fridges or whatever, but some self, awareness, and they need to manage the problem also.
I know that St. Vincent de Paul doesn't go out collecting everybody's yard sale stuff. If anything, on Saturdays and all that, in front of that place, everybody takes their stuff over there and dumps it because they don't want to take it to the landfill. Yeah, but they don't go out and, pick up everybody's yard sale stuff.
Just the
Maybe-
GCRC trucks.
Maybe the donations they can use to create some kind of gate or something that would only allow access to the property when they're there. That might help solve the problem too.
They have it fenced or gated.
Yeah.
Just,
I think this is a change, so getting the word out is the first thing, right? Let's get it to the community. Hey, City of Safford is changing its policy when it comes to these two entities. Encourage people to do the right thing, but people will do as they wish. So we will try to encourage, we'll try to market, we'll try to get that message out there for them. But again, that's additional funds that we might have to spend on advertising. Or we do send a bill to everybody that's a resident of the City of Safford and tell them, hey, St. Vincent de Paul and GCRC might be monitoring what they take in donations. Please don't just leave things on their property.
So I think at some point we need direction at this point in order to build it into the budget. Do we kind of leave it open as it is now, which it'll go that way till the end of June, or do we have them become part of the application process, which right now the cap is $20,000? And again, one of the things on the donation program, you could remove the cap. You still would control the amount of money and who gets it. If you feel that some recipients require additional funding, you can offer that. Again, the program that we devised is simply designed to create an application process that creates access and equitability for nonprofits, the parameters of which we basically built off some of the existing donations we were making. So, for example, the Arizona Corporate Commission or Community Foundation had a $17,000 a year donation, which was really our largest. And so the cap was placed at 20, so we didn't exclude anybody given the existing donations that were being provided. But in that donation process, you could also move or eliminate that cap, which would mean you could give more money to a particular group than another. And again, I think this year we'd like to have that process be one in which those requesting donations and making application come and make a presentation. But I think we've struggled a bit in that distribution. But I think, again, the whole point of that process is to get money in the hands of those organizations who help those most in need in our community. So sometimes some of the applications and the requests really aren't that. And so maybe we can help create some criteria. But short story long, you could remove that cap and leave it open to council discretion, and you could always limit it yourself. And then if there are those in the community you think have more requirements, it would allow you to address those.
I would like to, remove the cap, but make sure that for them to apply, there's a deadline period. I think the last year or so, we've kind of fudged and, okay, we can give them a, the date has to be set in stone.
Right, and I think this last year, we did have a deadline and we kind of kept to it. In fact, I believe we got applications past that deadline that we did not include. So again, it'll occur after the first of the year, meaning July fiscal year. And then I think we increased the window because again, I think one of the comments was that maybe 30 days wasn't enough. And I think we expanded that to give it like 60 days. So again, that donation program is evolving. It's relatively new, and council would have control over the configuration and how it came together. And as we see more of these needs flowing in and we group them, it may be that maybe lifting that cap is in order because you still would have discretion as to how you distribute the funds.
Let's make sure that, the organizations are notified well in advance of what is expected.
Yes.
So we've been communicating with letters with all the actions we've taken so far. I can send another letter, given the direction we have tonight. It sounds like we're heading towards this council-directed funds, should be their source. At that point, they can address the council in an open meeting, or they can address me and let me know, and I can follow up in future budget requests that, hey, here's what we've heard. But I just wanted to get that idea out there. I said we'd bring it back in the budget. I've done my obligation, and it's back in the budget.
So are we go ahead.
Troy, quick question. Did we ever get a number on how much each organization was using out there at the landfill?
So like I said, the software that we have only goes back to November, so we can give you tonnages that we have since November. But prior to that, it's just anecdotal information. We don't have any hard, because really they pass through the scales without any weights.
So right now is the sense from council that we lift the cap?
$20,000 cap.
Would that maybe work?
Well, not the cap for the whole program as well, right? Not just the cap for,
Just the cap per applicant. I mean, you could lift it for the whole program. Right now, the whole program is 100,000, and again, I think we doubled what pre-existed. But again, that's open to council.
Well, he doesn't know how much it is, so we don't know.
I think
whether we
St.
gotta
Vincent de
lift the
Paul in
cap.
their presentation, I think they dropped a $40,000 number to you guys.
Oh,
Yeah.
So they're estimating, I don't believe it's that high. I believe GCRC is the bigger one, but GCRC didn't give a number of what they estimated, so.
we ourselves, with what monies we have, we can choose to
Right.
help wing them off.
the
with what
cap
we
is
have.
20 currently, right?
Correct.
And I can't imagine the usefulness of raising a $20,000 cap with a $100,000 total. Who are we going to award more than 20,000 when the total's 100?
How many applicants do we have? Normally?
Last year you had,
Last
At
year,
20
yeah.
maybe?
it was like 26, right?
26, okay.
We don't
And-
need a higher cap.
Well, and again, it's new and we're involved, we're implementing it and evolving it as we go, as we get new applicants. But it certainly, if you wanted to make it higher, you could. If you don't have to. It's up to you.
Well, there's other places where they can apply to get stuff too, like United Way. So we're not the only one that they can go to pay for these landfill fees. We just are the easiest.
Sure. So we'll bring back the number as it currently resides and remove the cap, and then as we go through the budget process, if there's discussion or action on that, we can go. Unless, is that your position to maybe make that cap higher?
I wouldn't be opposed to that, but at the same, and we can remove the $20,000 cap as well, but I can't see us awarding anybody more than 20 when our total's 100.
Yeah.
That would make no sense with 20.
Right.
That doesn't mean we wouldn't do it, but
Right. And so
far
then
I wouldn't do it.
So then we get into the situation where we begin to do disbursements anecdotally, and I think the whole point of the process was to remove that. Right? You make an application and then, and again, this year I'd like to see them come in and make their own presentation so that it's clear what they're asking for, because I think that way we can do a better job instead of trying to understand totally what they're doing. But yeah, I think $100,000 in donations is a pretty good number. And then again, as with all portions of the budget, the resources are limited, so you have to distribute based on what you believe the priorities are. Not everybody who applies necessarily has to get funding too. So
And as far as tonight and direction goes on that specifically, and with the council directed funds for disbursement, really all staff needs direction on is what the overall cap is. After that, council can decide if they want to remove the $20,000 cap. But as far as appropriations from a budgetary standpoint, we need to know, is 100,000 what we want, or do we want to increase that? Because that does change our overall budget if it is increased or decreased. So,
and right now I'm hearing keep the cap.
and right, and
at
so
100,000.
I say keep
Tell me
keep-
how much
keep
we
the
were
100.
requested of last year.
how much was requested last year?
Off in the $250,000 range.
I want to say it was upwards closer to like 300,000 is what was requested overall. So if I can bring the item, I can bring it back for discussion on the program itself at a later date, and then we can discuss on removing the individual caps for applicants. But the overall cost is what I need to go forward with the budget.
Right now sounds like 100,000.
100,000 and keep the cap.
Right, and so I'll go forward with that, what we have currently budgeted, 100,000, and then we can, if council would like, I can bring back the program and we can discuss removing the individual cap for each applicant. All right. Did anybody have any other questions on landfill? We talk about trash so much. Next up, we have water. Here we have a change in personnel due to a supplemental increase for proposed wage adjustment. That is a $4 per across the board up until you get to the division director. There is a change in O&M due to budgeted increases, equipment replacement costs, and motor pool fees. Water does have large pieces of equipment as well that have reached their useful life that are needed of replacement. Fortunately, with water, their schedule has been kept more on top of, and so their increase isn't going to be as large as some of the other departments like sanitation, landfill, streets.
Did we decide on the $4 an hour? Because I don't know, I don't remember council coming up with the amount.
Yeah, I would like us to discuss that.
So that what I have in there is the $4. Again, I think that's the largest option that was given to council. And so if council wants to increase, decrease, now would be the time to talk about what they want to do with those, the wage adjustment and water.
Well, some of my decision hinges on what we're gonna do in some other areas. You know, like insurance and COLA, things like that, could affect what we're doing here too, to me.
I agree with that, Mr. Lopez, because there's just a timeliness, not timeliness, but the order in which we're doing things is going to get a little awkward with making some of these decisions.
In what regard?
Well, for example, when we get to the insurance, we'll have the presentation about the revenue projection. And we can't hardly decide, do we want to change the revenue projection before we vote on the insurance?
But the revenue projections for the general fund.
Okay, so we don't have to change the general projection for if we pass the 100-0?
So
Not
one of the
in the water department.
Right.
right. So one of the things that I talked
That's just an
about.
example of where the order later is going to be a little awkward.
I think, well, all the items in the list, aren't they all general fund items? Or
So right, not all the way. There's 3 of the items that are general fund only.
insurance?
Except for insurance would
Right.
affect all of them. The number that you see in the presentation tonight is only the general fund portion. So those are only general fund portions, and we'll get to it. For the enterprise funds, those numbers would be more so reflected in what they would have to make up in user fee adjustments.
Right, so that's already in here.
So what would be the mechanism by which we make the adjustment? I know we've talked about, this and that there was some concerns about going fully $4. I mean, the staff took a lot of time in doing a lot of comparisons externally, internally. Again, so I think we should at least dig into what it is. How do we come up with a different number? Like, what does that mechanism look like?
And I think, just for the record, we did give direction for 4.
We didn't.
Well, no, because we're in the budget process, right? So we're
Right,
still.
but you needed initial direction to add it in at any amount.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we could change it at any point. Obviously, we haven't passed anything.
But I would like to, and the reason I ask is because we spent a lot of time doing comparisons in a variety of areas, right? Both externally and internally, which was an interesting comparison. So if that number goes from 4 to some other number, what is the analysis by which we go from 4 to 2?
Right. No, I don't disagree.
No,
But-
I'm not saying you
yeah,
specifically. I
and
mean, in
again,
general.
I'm only trying to
Yeah.
make the point that staff didn't bring us 4 because they felt like it.
Right.
There was some direction from here that, okay, do 4.
Yeah.
And again, not permanently,
Yeah.
and we haven't made any decisions.
And we haven't
but
made decisions,
staff
but again,
didn't
if we're
just
gonna
say,
go.
let's do 4.
Right. So what does that look like? What is the logic behind the adjustment? Is my question.
I'll start. I don't mind. So here's my thought process. So they're coming forward wanting a huge step, okay? $4 to me is that's a big increase. So we've just given merit increases. We're asking for COLA increases. Now we're asking for a benefit increase. We have a thought process, and I don't know why, of, well, we're taking more out of their check for retirement. Their retirement is a benefit to them. That's not something that just disappears.
Right.
They walk away from the city, they walk away from that, they take that money with them. So I don't know why we have a mindset of, well, that's more money out of their paycheck. Their current one, yes, but their future one, they're gonna get that money. We've got on-the-spot awards, we've got employee appreciation. I just saw,
Right, but
think-
those are general programs.
Right,
The
but
idea of
I'm
what we
looking at
did
their
in water
overall.
was specific to the fact that over a period of 5 or 6 years, we've had vacancies at the level of 5 or 6 positions. That doesn't exist in any other department. So the whole process by which we looked at water was to say, what could possibly be causing these vacancies, right? So we looked on 2 levels. One was comparative externally, where were people going, right? And because of the randomness of where they went, it was clear that they were leaving basically for money, right? Because there was no logic or pattern going to a specific industry, right? So then the other thing that we looked at was how did they compare internally, which they were relatively low relative to the other utilities, for which there's no real logical reason that I can discern, because they have one of the largest infrastructures. They have one of the most complex processes they go through in terms of certification, right? The job is large. It's usually pretty dirty in terms of water main breaks and so on. So we looked at that. And then in addition to that, we looked at the idea of how do we try to create, is there an internal atmospheric kind of morale issue that we're looking at? So how do we market those jobs in terms of making them appealing so that people can see that in most of the departments, the ability for promotion is very limited. In water is somewhat different, right? Because you have 1s and 2s and 3s, each of which have different levels of qualification, right? So there's a path for promotion. So you would think that if someone does come in and say, hey, if I take this job, it's not just the job that I'm taking that I'm going to be in for an extended period of time. It's a job that has the opportunity for promotion over time. So we tried to emphasize that as well. So again, a lot of analysis was done of external, the mine and the co-op and places like that, but also we looked at internally of positions in other utilities. So in the end, the adjustment that brought them more in line with those other utilities was the $4. So that's why we picked 4. It wasn't a random number.
but
And
didn't
then
you
if-
just do a salary review of all to bring them all up into line?
I'm not sure. What do you
The
mean?
All the
market,
different-
the market
the
study we
market.
did. But the-
Did, was
It-
that
but
not?
We also made adjustments. So for example, I mean, there was a time where we made adjustments to the police salaries too, right? Because we did a midterm because the budgets had changed in the other municipalities, ours didn't. So we adjusted because we were losing staff. if you look at the issue, we're kind of running into similar issues in our garage, right? Where people keep leaving. And why? Because there's specific circumstances in our home market, the mine, Empire, where if you're not competitive, you're just going to keep rolling through turnover. So now you look at water where you've got 5 or 6 positions vacant for 5, 6 years or more, right? So the idea is, how do we solve that? And again, I went through the process whereby we decided on a level based on external and internal comparisons to see if that would make an adjustment. So in the case of water, it's a very specific. So you start with basically a salary survey that looks at the market in general, but at some point when you see this symptom, you have to make an adjustment. In the analysis, we felt that in the current market, the level of pay for water wasn't enough to fill or maintain people in those positions. So the number 4, which was, I guess, an overall hourly range, was generated by looking at other positions that were similar. So again, there was a lot of analysis that went into the number. Now, I'm not saying don't make it not 4, but I'm saying why? Like, what is the empirical analysis that would say 2 is better than 4? Unless you want to do nothing, at which point I'm not sure we go from there, because now we just have vacancies for 5 or 6 years running, and I don't know what you do with that.
Well, we just filled 2 positions at the current pay, so.
Right, and we did implement a shorter term program, which maybe part of that is to let that percolate more, I guess, but we did do a $1,500 sign-on bonus for people to try and incentivize people to get on. Now, does that create longevity? Hard to know, because that's more of a short-term incentive to get people in now, right?
Does it have to be an all or nothing? Is there something where we could start it at maybe a $2 an hour and then bring it back and maybe increase it the next 2?
You could, you certainly
The
could.
good question though is why?
Because we're gonna have department hoppers. Why are we going $4? Why are we going, we can't just keep throwing money at a problem and hoping to solve it. We've
Well,
got to fix the underlying
Right, and we
issue.
didn't, right? What we did is we did a very in-depth and broad analysis to try to figure out what was the reasoning for the vacancies over an extended period of time, right? That's systemic.
And sometimes, I don't mean to interrupt, but sometimes that is money.
People are always gonna leave for more money.
But
I
not
mean, you could
everybody's
raise it.
leaving, right? We have a specific issue in a specific department that's pretty glaring, right? You've got a number of positions over an extended period of time. And again, I'm not trying to say you have to do this. I'm trying to say that a lot of time and effort went into the analysis, and certainly a stepped approach, maybe $2 solves the problem, but based on the competitive nature of that position and other opportunities like it, the $4 number per hour, whatever that number was, that it was on an hourly basis, that it actually made sense relative to those areas where you might lose those folks, right? It was clear that they were low, not just in terms of the market, but in terms of your other utilities.
How
Right.
about if we have staff? I think they kind of want to present something to us, do you? Yeah, I think that'd be good. Good.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, and I just want to kind of contribute to some comments of, we are fully staffed now in the Water Resource Operator 1 position, which is the entry level. We offered 2 individuals the position a few weeks ago. One of them actually called the day of his first day and turned it down due to the money. Then I offered another individual, we interviewed and offered another individual, he did accept, and he will be starting at the end of the month. And so over time, like the city manager has alluded to, the 5 years, we've always had vacancies. The entry-level position has always kind of been a revolving door. Somebody who comes in, doesn't really know what the industry is, wants to see if it's for them. They decide it's not for them, so they leave. Where it really hurts is the mid-range, where you have the longevity, more of the 5 to 8 year employees when they decide to leave for more money. And then combined with the entry level not staying because of money as well. The water, wastewater divisions, they cover a lot of ground. They're usually called out on weekends. There's some weekends or weeks that they don't have any calls on call, but they're always ready. They're always working hard. But it is, the compensation is an issue where that's the most common complaint that I've heard, where people are leaving. They usually say that they do like the work, but they just can't make it with the money. We've also had what we've done in the past is there's people leaving, but there's also people that we're terming as well because they just aren't satisfying our needs. So we aren't hanging on to the people that are issues as well. So that contributes to the turnover.
Did you have something to add?
I just wanted to address the comments as far as the retirement. So where that thought process comes in is the 12% is required, whereas they can go to employers where the retirement is not required. And it really affects the amount of money that they can take home. And so, yes, it becomes their benefit in the end, but they don't see those monies for quite some time. And the focus when they're making that much money is what can I bring home? I need money, put food on the table, pay bills, that kind of thing. So the point was that it does affect the employee's perception as far as how much money they're taking home. And in turn, if they can go somewhere else where they don't have to contribute that much money to retirement and they need the money now, they're going to go choose another employer. So it was just something that was mentioned to keep in mind as far as what's actually the employee's thought process when they're leaving to go elsewhere.
And I'll just add again, for me, there's been a whole lot of information presented on why 4 is good, and I still haven't heard why not 4 in any tangible way, other than we're just spending more money. But there's no why to it. There's no explanation why 2 instead of 4, why 0? Why not leave it instead of 4?
I think I just want to say that I not totally against, 0, I mean, or, doing something, but we do still have to consider, again, about a year ago, we did, like you said, we did the salary survey. And at that time, we did it across the board saying, here are your responsibilities, and we're going to pay you for your job that you do. And now we're going to take this department and take them out of that. What we're saying is our basis that we're going to pay our employees for the job that you do. We went through that entire analysis. So that's one of the reasons why it was the $4 was a no for me. So I agree with Dusty on we just did that analysis. And I think that, that has to be considered. Another reason, I think we have not really given the sign-on bonus a chance. I don't think it's been long enough. If we didn't do the 4, I would be pro increasing that sign-on bonus, possibly, if that's something that's attractive. I've had a couple of people come to me, younger men who have said, I'm interested. I saw there's a sign-on bonus. And so it is attractive to them. And I think once they're on board, it's a matter of keeping them. Are there other options? Did we look at, they do get an increase when they get a CDL. They do have these opportunities for growth and to make more money once they start growing. And so we need to advertise and show that and make sure that they're seeing, and can we hire someone saying, I know you don't have your CDL, but we're going to give you that CDL, amount now, and the expectation is that you receive that CDL within your first year or 6 months or whatever it is. But I think jumping from the, straight into $4 increase, I can agree with Dusty with some of the reasons why I don't think it is reasonable.
I don't think I would pay them in advance for the CDL, but certainly if you want to do some kind of stepped approach and see if at some lower level you have an impact, we could do that. There's nothing that says you can't.
I like the increased signing bonus as well as an idea. As far as a market study, for me, it's as simple as if you got a diagnosis from a doctor for something and we're given some kind of plan of attack and a year later it wasn't working, you don't stay with it just because that's what the analysis was at the time. We're seeing a unique, novel problem that it seems like we need to address.
So is council more comfortable with $2 and see where that goes in a better sign-on bonus? Is that kind of
I like $2 and a better sign-on bonus. That's
is
my
that something
opinion.
that people are more comfortable with?
I don't know what anybody else.
I'm for the $4. I mean, like Morgan said, I mean, they get called out. What are you getting paid at McDonald's? I mean, you're getting paid $3, $4 more than what you're getting paid at McDonald's for while they're working shift work, but I don't know, just all the water main breaks that we're being getting lately and stuff, I don't know. They need to be paid for what they're doing and barely getting over minimum wage, yeah.
John, is this something we should itemize and bring back just as a
I think we
vote?
can. I think we can bring something and have alternatives as we go forward for approval, and then you can vote on those things.
As opposed to trying to get direction out of it,
Yeah,
maybe we
but I
need to-
mean, obviously, we have differing opinions, so maybe we bring some options back, and then we can go from there. And I would recommend, giving the length of the meeting and where we're going, that maybe we skip the internal service funds portion and go to the summary, because I know there's some interest in some of the summary items. So I think we can get through utilities, maybe skip the internal service funds, and then go to some of the more generic items. And then we can always come back and do another work session and review some of those other materials before we go forward with the budget process, if that's okay with council, because again, it's the internal service funds, particularly the one that's most different and most effectual, I think, this year will be fleet, and we'll be bringing that as a separate item anyway to discuss it. So we'll talk about that specifically, but we can always bring those items back if council's okay with that, so that because we're going to be here till midnight, I think, and there's still some, I think, fairly significant discussions yet to be had. So if you're okay with skipping internal service funds, we'll go through the rest of the utilities, skip the internal service funds, and then discuss some of the optional items. Okay?
I just wanted to make 2 points also. So when we did the police adjustment, it was outside of the salary survey. What we found out through the salary survey is that we had the study that we had done outside of that put them at where they were supposed to be, really. So they didn't see an increase when the salary survey came along. Next year, we will also be doing another salary survey. We're at the time again where in the year upcoming, there's going to be another salary survey. So it might come to where this $4 increase, they won't see an increase when that salary survey happens, but it's because we did it early enough because of the way that the timing is with the changes in the market. So just to keep that in mind, and one of the things I do want to point out too, so between wastewater and water, the two, there are 21 total employees, 20 of which are within this category of receiving increases. The supervisors, I believe, are only at a $2 increase. They're not at a $4 increase. So that's something to keep in mind as well. But of those 20 employees, only 5 of them have been here longer than 3 years. So, and that doesn't include the vacancies that are budgeted in this. So out of your 20 employees, 5 of them have been here longer than 3 years. Do you have something, Jason?
So one of the things is we talked through this and had 4 or 5 discussions around it specifically. Is when we look at the job descriptions for these ones, both one electric, one in water, one in gas, the water are 4 pay grades below those starting points for both electric and gas. And so part of that internal look we looked at specifically was we didn't place the water above gas or electric starting positions. They still are pay grade below those starting positions, which require no experience for those same starting points. And so instead of being 4 pay grades behind those that matched that study, we put those internally so they reflect within the city what we value those positions at, whether it's water, gas, or electric, and kept them in a similar neighborhood so that all those employees have that. If we look at the history, because water is significantly lower now, if there's ever opening in electric or gas, that hop happens regularly in the opposite direction that we're talking today. So just wanted to point that out.
I have one more last comment because you guys were asking why no. I think another good reason why no is because by increasing the salaries up by $4, we're increasing their operating expenses, and then we would need to pass that on to the customer. So we would be increasing customer cost as well. So that would be another reason why maybe we don't want to jump so high so
Right,
fast.
and that's true, although the configuration of water may look different than we have seen in the past. So where those costs end up being impactful may be important in the discussion as well, and we'll talk about that more.
Right, and there's a harder to track cost to the customer to be understaffed and full of inexperienced staff.
Right.
It's harder to, it's harder to put into a number.
Right, and again, I do appreciate the conversation because this is obviously a long-term, kind of intractable problem that we've been working on for a while. So again, the solution is, we're doing our best to try to come up with an analysis that says, hey, we see a problem, we're having trouble completely identifying it, is this the answer? And so we brought an answer, and again, so I appreciate the dialogue, because if we make that adjustment, maybe we see where it's going. But this is really important to kind of work through these issues. It is some issues that we face are just not simple, cut and dry. So again, I do appreciate the feedback.
I'm going to move on to wastewater, if that's okay. And if council doesn't want to go through internal services tonight, I would agree with that because we still have quite a bit to go through, not including internal service funds. But anyways, I'll continue. Wastewater and wastewater treatment plant. You do see the supplemental increase in wastewater personnel there too, because they do have a water resource operator and a lead in that department. The wastewater treatment plant is also included in there, so the total wastewater expenditure does include wastewater treatment plant.
I know I had a question on that one.
Yes.
I didn't see anything for motor, or I can't remember which way I had it, if I saw an increase for motor pool or not. I think I
There's-
did see something for,
Wastewater is a smaller, they don't have as much large equipment, so their increase would be not as much as the other departments. I do believe some of their equipment is also newer, so it hasn't reached its full useful life. So they have been paying replacement costs into those funds, or into the replacement fund, because they have the newer equipment and it hasn't reached its useful life. The problem that we encounter is when it's past its useful life and we haven't been putting replacement costs that we have to play catch up.
Okay.
So, and then
But
the wastewater treatment plant has one or two pieces of large equipment that, one of them's a truck that I think if we went out and bought today is not like a backhoe or a excavator price.
is that our motor pool or is that Jacob's?
No, that is ours. That is all the stuff that there is ours.
Okay.
Next up, we have natural gas. We are seeing a decrease, and that's due to our contract that we just signed for the purchase of natural gas. It's at a fixed price for 50%, 100%. And so we don't have to pay open market prices, which makes it so that we can actually budget more accurately. And that's why we're seeing a decrease in the purchase for resale expenses on that. And as also the price of natural gas has decreased a little bit. But with it being a fixed price, that we don't have to go on the open market to purchase that. Other than that, their O&M decreased a little bit. They have also newer, larger equipment, so they aren't having to pay as much in replacement costs as well. Not a lot is changing year over year for the gas budget. Next up is electric. Again, we are seeing a decrease in the electric prices too because of the decrease in natural gas. And our plants are gas and the gas-fired plants, and so as that decreases, so too does our electric cost. We also do have solar projects that are coming online, so that will make it so that we don't have to go out on the open market to purchase during peak times. All that will lead to a decrease in our purchase for resale expenses there, which is the bulk of the budget in electric. They do have some increases in their O&M on the motor pool side, but outside of that, they have an overall decrease. And then next up, we do have the internal service funds. We can skip through these and go to the last couple slides if council would like. Okay, then I will continue on.
The utility support.
Yes, sir.
Change in personnel due to transfer of position of a water analyst. I say yes to that.
Okay. I will keep that in mind as we present those going forward.
Because there's some of the stuff, and I'd ask the manager, if we don't mention it, if we don't talk about it, I don't think that means yes. We should talk about it and say how we feel about it. to not just sit down and not say nothing, and then you guys take it that we are saying yes. If we're saying yes, say yes. It's no, no.
I agree.
And we have other position changes or add-ons that are coming up that, or in this that need to be addressed.
Okay. So this is this slide I put together. We've talked about the legislative impact on food tax. As of right now, it will not affect us going into the upcoming year. With that being said, when we brought you the revenue estimates back in February, we estimated or we budgeted at a revenue which was the same as the current year budget. You see in the first column there, that has that revenue estimate, the 19.8 million, and then the 18 million is what we have budgeted currently for this upcoming expenditure budget. So with that, that gives us a surplus of $1.8 million in the general fund that would go into fund balance, or it goes to pay for one-time capital projects. And as you see in this, in the first column, it does exactly that. And so our one-time revenues in the form of grants or transfers in is a shortfall of 1.7 to cover our capital, our one-time expenditures. So we are seeing our ongoing revenue supplementing those one-time expenses. With that, we balanced, or we say balance at about 50,000. So we net $50,000 that would go into fund balance, but in my mind, I would say that's pretty balanced. So that is with a revenue estimate being at the current year budget. I've also put in there what it would look like if we had a revenue estimate at the end of current year projection. So that's the 20,370,000. And then also the FY26 projected revenue that I brought to you back in February as well. Did a projection out for, at that time, for 25, and then off of that projected into 26 and what the revenue trend would look like. And that puts it at 21.3. So as you can see there down at the bottom, as we go forward in this discussion, the revenue estimate holding flat as if food tax went away would put us at a balanced budget. If we went to fiscal year end projection for the current year, that puts us at a net of 600,000, and then at a FY26 projected revenue, that puts us at a $1.5 million going into fund balance.
And Matthew, then at the year-end revenue FY25 projected, the 600,000 is even without the food tax.
That is with us holding at a 25 projected, so still uncertainty.
Right.
So last year when we did our revenue projection, there wasn't this looming issue of food tax. It had already been decided long before we did revenue projections. So we went forward with our process in projecting out the current year revenue, and then off of that projection figuring out what the next year's projected revenue was. And that's how we came at that 19 million at the time, 19.8 million, right? So if we were to continue that same practice in the current year, which we didn't because of the unknown with food tax, it would have put us at 21.3 million. So that 20.3 million is what that projection at the end of this year is based on the revenue trend.
Which includes food tax.
Right, gotcha.
So the food tax
Yeah.
wouldn't go away until the final column. In this one, it doesn't go away, right?
Right.
And so this is very instructive on two main levels. One is the use of ongoing revenue to fund capital is true across all funds. It's true in the general fund, it's true in the enterprise funds. That's how you fund capital, right? So the simple fact that you have more money ongoing than expenditures is good because you do have capital needs, some of which we haven't fully realized because we haven't done some of the utility, the ongoing life cycle maintenance issues, which we're going to try and target. The other issue here is that it shows you how a revenue projection, now back in the day when I first started, everybody was looking at me like I had three heads. This was the step that I was talking about back then. So if you were to take the current year budgeted number, that's the first column. In other words, we use the budget revenue number that we're using in the current year for next year. There's no growth of any kind. The second one is taking you from the budgeted number to year end for this year based on actual revenues received, which I can tell you right now, we are exceeding that budgeted number, right? So if we take this to year end, the amount of money that you will have in terms of actual revenue collected over what you budgeted for this year is the 598. Typically, in a typical year, you then take the new revenue estimate, that is the year-end estimate for this year, and project for the following year off of the actual revenues that have come in for this year. So typically, there's that two-step process. We don't project off the budget number for this year. You project off of what comes in at the end of the year. Usually, it's a projection near year end that then is used to do a projection for the following year. So the budget that you have in front of you is balanced without taking either of those two steps that go the final distance to doing a revenue projection. So it is very, very conservative. And yet, at this point, you still have a balanced budget. Now, there are some other items we'll talk about, but again, it's important to emphasize to council that where you are right now is at a balanced budget. And this is the general fund, right? We're talking about general fund.
And Matthew, then would you be uncomfortable at all with that middle projection?
I would not be uncomfortable just based on where the food tax bill or the resolution is currently in the legislative. I do think that that still is conservative. So that would be comfortable. One of the things I think that we've talked about too is our fund balance in the general fund. You have a presentation tonight on the ACFR, and in there you will see fund balance in the general fund and where it stands. I think if you remember, the number I gave in the beginning of the year was around $18 million in fund balance. The number you're going to see in your ACFR is more than that. So we actually have more in our fund balance than what my conservative estimate was during our fund balance presentation. So there is money in fund balance to account for that as well. Even if we did go with the first column, it's not uncommon for cities to budget to use their reserves or what they have in fund balance to cover some costs. So that would be a possibility as well, but I would be comfortable with that middle column. So with that, and kind of just with the overview of the revenue, the next slide really, these are topics that are items that have been brought by council members throughout this budget process that are not included currently in the budget that I showed you, or not included.
Staff. So the first two were mentioned by.
Right. So, or staff, right? So that overall 18 million does not include these numbers. So with that being said, these are items that council can discuss, give direction on whether or not these are important to them to include in the budget going forward. Knowing our current situation with revenue and where we want to be with our revenue estimate, these are possibilities that we could include now, knowing more about the food tax. Really, these are just topics that have been brought up throughout the process by staff and council. So it's really a discussion and a direction from council.
Why don't we start at the top of the list with the health insurance and then discuss whether or not these are things that you do or don't want to see incorporated into the budget, knowing that for the most part, for the ongoing costs, which are the top two, you would have to increase that revenue projection that you're currently using, which is a very conservative one. The other three you could literally do out of your fund balance with no changes to the budget revenue projections whatsoever, because it's really, you can do them this year and get moving on them and take some of that money out of reserves to cover them, or you don't budget them, the revenues come in, and you just end up putting it in fund balance and fund them in a future year. In my mind, those bottom three items are really critical. I would like to see us upgrade the signage at the library and the golf course, and then I think there should be some more money put into facilities maintenance, because I think there may be a few things that we can move on this year, even if it means contracting them out. I'd like to see us make some progress on that. So with that being said, feel free to raise issues on any or all of the above.
So this is more money in maintenance improvements that I mentioned at the beginning of the
That's
evening.
correct. Because I think what's happened is that the review and the implementation process has taken longer than we expected. And so I think there is opportunities in the upcoming budget cycle to do more work on those facilities, even if we contract it out.
100,000 don't go a long ways when you contract it out, but I wanted more money in there, so
These
sure
amounts
Mr.
kind of
Henry
look
can spend it.
small.
And
Like
again,
hundreds, is this how much we need to pull from the general fund to put into other funds to cover this? Because the difference between the 300,000 and the 700,000 for like the health insurance is not 170,000. So where is that number coming
so
from?
these numbers that are on the screen or in this list are increases to what is currently provided. So to have health insurance at 100-0, it would be an increase. This is all just for the general fund. Would be an increase of $170,000 just to the general fund. So you wouldn't be pulling from other funds to cover these costs. These would be an added cost. So the first two are added cost operationally. So these would be year-over-year increases that we would see. And then the library monument signs and the golf course monument signs, those are one-time projects that would take place. And so you wouldn't see that increase in upcoming year's budgets. I would argue that the facility maintenance improvements, kind of to your point, Councilman Lopez, that would be maybe an increase ongoing in the facility maintenance department that they would have every year for those improvements on the facilities that we have. So it wouldn't be a one-time $100,000 cost just this year. I would argue that that could possibly be something that we see ongoing in years to come to increase the facility maintenance's budget so they have the funds available to carry out those projects.
So wait till next budget.
I would not. In my opinion, I would have those ongoing every year. So you would see an increase of $100,000 this year, and then in the following years, that number would be built into the budget going forward.
I think we would have to talk more about it.
Correct.
I know I would like to see that.
Yeah, I would too, but I'd have to talk to the rest of these people to make sure it's not just my wish.
Plus, we have to bring you identified needs, right? And so we're on the front end of doing that. And as the Public Works Director alluded to earlier, we're literally doing site visits on every single one of our facilities. What we're going to find in total, we don't know yet. Some things may rise to capital projects. I know there's some issues with another roof that we've got to take a look at, but some of these would be life cycle maintenance. And again, we would look at prioritizing and figuring out where that would be. But we'd have to bring you more information.
Yeah, I did say I'd like maintenance to have more monies, but not right this minute. It's got to be planned out.
Okay.
How many, you guys are doing the site visits, right? How many of these things, as you're doing them, are you finding that are critical? Like, we had the customer service flood out. Maybe if we were doing those things, they could have been caught. But how many of those are like critical to right now? Like, we need these fixed in the right now so that we're not kicking the can down the road.
I don't know
till-
that any of them are really critical in the sense that you have to do them immediately. I think things like the alarm systems, I think, are something I want to move on. But a lot of these are just maintenance of the assets that, if they go unchecked, can lead to bigger problems down the road and cost more money, or they accumulate over time. So, I think we've been doing building maintenance to a large degree. I think some of the areas where we may have missed it a little is if other people are required to do some of the work where we were counting on them having done it, maybe they didn't. So I wouldn't say that any of them are critical. I think they're just normal maintenance that has to occur. It's just that some of them that haven't occurred over a period of time means that the accumulation of those projects, could be as easy as putting in carpet and painting the walls. In some cases, it may be a ceiling. In other cases, it's other things like, we've got a massive satellite dish on this building that doesn't do anything. Like, why is it there, right? In other cases, you have just, like I said, normal maintenance. But then there may be some as we go forward where maybe it's HVAC units, and how many do we have? On what buildings are they located? How much does it cost to replace those systems, right? So again, I think we have opportunities as we assess to do it over time and spread those costs out. I don't know that we've seen anything that's like earth shattering that it has to happen immediately. There certainly are some that we would prioritize.
Well, this, why don't we start from the top, health insurance let's talk about that and come on down, because those
Sure.
are the, those
So
are the
health
heavy
insurance
discussions.
Yeah, Mayor, I suggested that one, and I also wouldn't suggest that we do the health insurance and the 1% COLA myself. And I know it's an action item later, but we could, discussion now is probably better. I just think it's a great opportunity to kind of finish off the compensation plan. I know Mayor Couts suggested 100-0 a while back, and we decided to hold off on that and go with the 90-10, which is very good. But I just think attracting and retaining good employees, that would be a good finishing step for that. I know that one of the biggest complaints that I hear from employees that work for the mine is how bad the insurance premium costs are. And I think it's just one more step that maybe keeps some of those employees here, makes us more competitive there. And for me, it also provides a little bit of a security for employees' wages in general. For example, we're given a 2.5 COLA, but the insurance is going up as well. So that's going to cut a little bit out of the COLA that employees are receiving. There may come a time when we don't give COLA or merit. And if we're at 100-0 on health insurance, at least an employee's wage stays constant. I've had a lot of years in teaching where there was no COLA or merit pay. Wages were frozen, and the cost of premium increases actually made my effective wages drop for a few years in a row. So there's just a couple reasons that I think it'd be a fantastic addition to our compensation plan.
And just for the record, we added the column up. There's no requirement that we do all or any, right? So
Right.
we can take the comments on the health insurance. The only reason that the COLA is in there is because as part of our conversations earlier, there was a comment about COLAs. And so what we did was simply give 1% so that you could do the math in your head.
Right.
Here's what a COLA costs if you did 1%, 2%. So we're not, this list isn't suggesting that we have to do both. It's just there for discussion purposes. So
I agree with Councilman Hemphill also. It's just another incentive for our employees to stick around and be able to afford stuff for their family.
I'm torn on it. I kind of feel like you need to have an investment in it yourself to keep your expenses down and take care of yourself and act like you're healthy. That might be not realistic, but
Well, we've discussed that in the past, and skin in the game is kind of the phrase that's used. And and we all understand what that means. You have an employee pay a little bit of their uniform fee. Maybe they take care of the equipment a little bit, or their tools a little bit better, or their vehicle. To me, suggesting that paying some of the premium might encourage somebody to use their health care benefit more responsibly is insulting a little bit. Deciding on care, surgeries, whatever it might be, the last thing that I think an employee should be considering is whether the premium might go up a little bit. And on top of that, co-pays, co-insurance, meeting deductibles, that's plenty of skin in the game. As a paycheck to paycheck employee for a lot of years, I never made a healthcare decision based on my premium, but I did make a lot of decisions based on, can I afford the co-insurance of this procedure? That's enough skin in the game.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. I mean, my employer right now pays 100%, and I still have medical bills, and so it's like
Yeah, there's
Yes.
skin in the game without premium
you're
cost.
still paying. Yeah.
well, I don't mean to be offensive or anything, but I know people who have zero cost insurance, and if they have a cold or they have a hangnail or what, it's to the emergency room, let's go. all you kids, let's go get checked out. And
Well-
maybe that's, I don't know, it just seems like it clogs up the emergency room and they all go home with a pill that they don't take and they still get over it in 3 days, just like the rest of us.
Yeah, but in my experience is that doesn't impact premiums that much. The employees slash patients that impact premiums are cancer patients and chronically ill patients are the ones that are going to make your premiums go up. And again, that's just not somebody that should be worried about using their health care properly.
I get that we're worried about, or we want to provide the best for the employees. 90/10 is really, really good.
It is good.
I would be okay with going 95/5, but I think taking 100% of that insurance cost and placing it once again onto the taxpayers' backs, because how sustainable is this? If we go through another '08 or we go through something like this where we've got to make cuts, then we got to go back to the employees and say, hey, guess what? But-
Maybe we don't give COLA that year. Or merit.
I think it's irresponsible to sit here and say, well, they don't like their health care going up, because ask any
Let's see, who said that?
But we're talking about that, and you're saying, well, their health care goes up and it's hard for them. Every red-blooded American knows every year your health care payments are going to go up. My health care goes up. My husband worked for the state, went up every year. Works for probation, goes up every year. So we all know that's just a given. Death tax and health care costs are going to go up. That's part of a job. I do get what you're saying. It is a benefit. It's a way to attract them. But I don't feel that that's something that we should be placing on the taxpayers' back. We're giving them really good. And like I said, 95/5 is great. If they're paying a little, that's okay. That's a given. You pay for healthcare tax. We're not in where we give away free healthcare. I just don't see that.
Give away free health care is how you're going to put that.
Yes. The taxpayers then become the ones paying for our employees, which, mind you, we're talking about we may go into recession. We're talking about how inflation is so high. And then we're going to go out and we're going to hit the taxpayers and say, hey,
And the flip side
we
of
need
that
to pay their health care for
is
them.
to build fund balances on the backs of employees that went lots of years with no COLA at all, with no compensation plan at all. We built that all on their backs. We have these fund balances through the roof, and I realize this is different money than fund balances. We have a fiscal situation that's fantastic.
We can't just
and
look short term.
We can.
Not short term. We need to be looking long term.
This is long term.
We can't sustain that. He already said in that one fund that we're going to be negative. How do you
Let me just
propose
ask,
sustaining
let's
that?
ask staff, is this sustainable?
Long term, how
Long term, is this sustainable?
Because we're going from 300,000 a year to 700,000 a year. That's more than
Well,
double.
I think if you look at the ability to
Good
pay
grief. You're not
$170,000,
looking
given
at
the
the right
size of the
increase.
budget, yes, you could
Look
do it
through
over
there.
time. Obviously, every budget, every situation is different, and you would make adjustments accordingly. But given the overall magnitude of the budget, yes, it's sustainable over time. That's not to say you wouldn't have a downturn and have to make adjustments to your budget, and you could.
Right, which could
but-
always be the case.
yeah, but
Which
I
we
mean-
discussed with compensation when we did COLA and merit. You don't decide to do COLA or merit because someday you might not be able to pay COLA and merit. You do your compensation plan with best practices and the way you think is best for your organization, and then you adjust when those times come.
Right. So again, given the magnitude of the number, it's small enough where
I'm happy with 90/10. We give a lot, or 95/5. Our employees, we take care of them very well on so many different things. And I like what you kind of mentioned also, is that I'm a little bit worried. I could look at this again next, 6 months from now, after the first year. I'm a little concerned about our economy, recession. There's question marks, sure. Is that going to affect us? Who knows? So I'm happy with where we're at right now. Coming back later on to take a look at it, yes.
Because we're hitting them with a rate study, so they're going to be increasing. I don't know about you guys, but my July bill, my utility bill, $600 kills me. I hate that, and it's half a paycheck. So we're gonna hit them with that. We're gonna hit them with the rate increase. I mean, we're hitting them during a recession. This is hard right now. People are struggling,
These changes won't hit them in any way.
but it's not just 170,000. That's,
We're not increasing anybody's sale. How's it gonna hit them? The money's here.
where's the money gonna come from?
Where it already has come from.
From where? From the taxpayers.
What hasn't changed? From a
We have
tax
to
rate that hasn't
increase
changed.
water.
No, it's completely separate from this.
No, we have
Yeah,
to
it is.
increase what they pay. The money doesn't just appear from the government.
It's an enterprise fund. Those are funded and run completely
By the
differently.
citizens because they have to pay the increases.
Right, but
So we're
those are
gonna increase
separate,
their water, we're
completely
gonna
separate from this.
increase
And
their
we kind of,
utility.
anybody else have any comments?
I'm 90-10.
Okay.
Because last year, we invested a lot more with COLA, Merit, and 90-10, and because we had the same issues, the economy. And we haven't given it any time to see how it's going to turn out. Now, Mr. Hempfield's talking about the impact of them, the deductibles and stuff. Something you could provide and take away if you need to during a recession, if that were to take place, are also supplemental insurances that help them, gap insurances. We've never priced any of them. And that helps them with their gaps that how much money they got to come up with. That helps them with that. That's something to look at also. I asked that question the other day in the benefits meeting, but that person never had got back to me, and so I don't know. But that's something, if we hit a recession, we could take away. It's not solid on the budget. But I'm 90-10, but if we stayed at 90-10, I was also looking at the 1% bump in the COLA.
So going off of the insurance increase, do the employees get anything this year?
The employees are, so currently what we have budgeted is a merit and COLA increase.
What is that? So you get the max merit and COLA.
So you get the max merit and COLA and you see the 5.5% increase in your premiums. You want to know if an employee's take home is going to be more or less? Is that what you're
Well,
asking?
it'll still be more, I'm sure.
So I mean,
It won't eliminate the whole
are they
thing.
getting something right now with okay, so not all of them are going to get max merit, but
Right. I haven't figured that specifically out per employee. I would think that a 5.5% premium increase in health care or health benefit would not be the same as a 1% overall COLA and or a 2.5% overall COLA and let's say a 1.5% merit increase. So a 4% overall increase. I think
Yeah,
their
you're-
take home.
You're
Applied to much
definitely
bigger
taking home
number.
more money still.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I mean, obviously the raises apply to a much bigger number than the raise.
Yeah,
Right.
than your healthcare premium. So they would, their take home is going to be more based on what we have budgeted currently.
I'm not saying it just a 1% COLA, 1% added to the 2.5.
Right, which is still a number that'll build subsequently from the increase that they make with the 1%. So it's different, it's less, it's not substantially less for, I think, the bang for the buck that we'll get out of the 100-0. In other words, that's ongoing as well, not ongoing in terms of we're going to do the 1% extra every year, but that's going into their pay, and then the next COLA will be based on that new pay, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, compound, I guess.
Yes.
So again, there's an ongoing cost there as well.
COLA does adjust the base
Right.
that you get paid as an employee. Differentials and those do not adjust your base. So, but your COLA and your merit
Right.
do adjust your base.
And that's all I was saying. And it's an action item later, so that's I've said all I need to on it.
But again, I think what we want to try to do is figure out what is the item that we may end up bullet pointing as part of the budget where you kind of, and right now, I think you're looking more like 90-10 seems to be the spot where most people are kind of falling. And there's an additional option for 1%. At least that's, again, I'm trying to kind of glean something that we can move forward with as staff to bring to council, and that seems to be more of the
That's
consensus.
where I'm at.
And we offer an HSA.
I wouldn't be opposed to a 95.5. I think that's a good compromise.
I thought when we did this last time, we said, let's let it sit for 3 years and see
3
how it
years.
turns out, didn't we? Did that?
Comment
is
was
that-
made, but no vote was taken. I know the comment was made, but council as a body did not vote on that.
No, and
Well,
we get a
like
lot of
the-
comments
right
like,
now, we're not voting on
we,
anything.
we get a lot
Right.
of comments like,
Right.
council said, and then it ends up on our agenda. And you never say who said. You know, so suggestive talk around here happens.
I'm not
Well,
following.
Well, I'm still at 90-10 myself, and that's not a suggestive
Can I-
talk.
Can
say
I throw something
90-10.
out there, just looking at that page, and it's totally changing subjects, but if you gave me $170,000 to spend, I probably myself would try to make 20 water employees a decent wage. And if I had the next $170,000, I'd probably spend it on insurance. And if I had the last $170,000, I might spend it on those stupid signs. That is a ridiculous amount of money. But just so there's no question about where I'm at,
The
okay?
water guys are different fund, so they're off.
It's still wasted money.
Oh, that's what you were saying. Okay. All right. So anyway, why don't we move on? I think I got at least a sense, and again, the way we can put the budget as we did last year is we can bullet point some of these. And then, did you have more?
No, I just want to know what you think we're leaning to.
Right now, I would say 90-10 seems to be the most. 95-5 is kind of right there with it. And then we've got a couple that are at 100-0. So
We don't need to give direction on 90-10. It's an action item later.
Correct. So
Yeah,
you
yeah,
will be,
that's right.
you'll be
You're gonna have to vote
discussing,
tonight,
you will be
actually.
discussing that later.
that's right.
So, I'm more concerned, because you guys that is an action item later for the health insurance. In terms of what to bring forward in the upcoming presentations for the budget and what I need to include, I'm more concerned on direction on the possibility of increasing the COLA from what we currently have, and at what percent. You have the 1% up there. You can, if you want to do 2, I can tell you that's 120. If you want to do 3, I can tell you that's 180.
Can you tell us what we tied it to last year and what that percentage?
Last year, we tied it to the Western Urban CPI, and that was,
We did that.
What is it now?
it was 2.5, and that's what we have budgeted in the current year is 2.5.
That's what we talked about last year.
That is correct, yes. And the amount last year was 3.2.
I think overall just came out at 2.4. So it's a little bit less.
Right. So what we have in the
Where
current
I'm
budget
at.
is
That's-
2.5.
And if
what I
we
would
add
say,
the
too.
1% to the COLA, does that help with the water salary issue?
No, because everybody else went up and they didn't.
And then so
They didn't
with
catch up with anybody.
direction on the COLA and then direction on the monument signs, because that will go into a departmental budget in the library.
CIP, isn't it?
It would be also in the CIP. Direction on the golf course monument sign, that would be a CIP. It'd also go in the departmental budget for golf course. And then a direction on the facility maintenance improvements going in the facility maintenance budgets. So direction on those items so that when I bring back the budget in 2 weeks, if those are included or not, so council can see an overall cost, what going forward, what that looks like.
I'm okay with you including those last 3 items, but I would like for you to come back to us before you go and spend the money.
Yes.
Just as long as we're clear that you
glad
come
you
back
said that.
and
Yeah, all of those would be. Now, the question really is, how do you pay for them? So if you have a balanced budget right now and you add those in, you got 2 options. One is to kind of increase your revenue estimate a little bit, which you obviously have some latitude to do based on where we are today, or you can just spend them out of fund balance and not worry about changing the revenue estimate at that point.
I like using our
None of
reserves.
it comes from the taxpayer.
Okay,
Okay.
so
So
we will
I'm-
be voting on the health insurance, and the item is at 100-0. So if there is a my guess is what's going to happen is you can vote on it as it stands, or you can make an amendment to it and change the percentages, vote on the amendment, and then vote on that action item as amended. So just FYI, because right now it's set at 100-0. Just, okay? So,
So next steps, just to talk about the upcoming budget process. So this was one of another meeting because we're going to have internal service funds on the 28th. Also during that time, I'll bring back all of the budgets with the 3 on the bottom that we included. And then I'll also, again, tell you how much a 1% COLA is, just so if council does have the opportunity during that time to propose any changes still. So there's still time for discussion on the budget going forward. Then on the 12th of May, that's when I will bring the tentative budget. And at that point, council will vote on a tentative budget, which will set our expenditure cap. So what that means is that going forward, council can decide to take things out of the budget, but if they are going to add anything in that is not currently in the tentative budget, they have to balance to what the tentative budget expenditure limit was at. And so with that going into June, because we won't have another council meeting at the end of May due to Memorial Day unless we choose to have a special meeting. We have the Truth in Taxation public hearing on June 5th, and then adopting the final budget on June 9th. Again, all these dates can be pushed out to where the point where we have to adopt by the third Monday or the third week in July. So we have some latitude if council wants to have more meetings to discuss the budget and what we want to add in. Again, this is just if we were to go boom, boom, boom right now. If they want more time to discuss more things, we can push some of these days out. So that is what we're looking at going forward.
Are we able to add a day where maybe it's just budget so that we're not so lengthy and overloaded?
we could.
I wouldn't mind, I don't care, I'll do a Friday evening or a Saturday where we can just talk budget and knock that out of the way.
A lot of times what we've done in the past is a non-council meeting Monday because it's in that same kind of time frame that seems, because some people work and so on.
And we wouldn't have to bring everybody and bore them again.
Nobody's bored.
Okay.
Everybody's riveted.
I think some are asleep out there drooling.
I thought I was.
All right, so let's press on, I think, and so we come out of work session, go into regular meeting.
Thank you.
Okay, we close the work session and we're going to reconvene into our regular meeting. First item is item 12, the minutes. Everybody have a chance to read the minutes? Or should we take a 5-minute break?
Good.
Good.
Wanna take
Okay,
5 minutes?
strictly 5 minutes.
explain that a little better to me?
You're gonna do what?
You're gonna get on this.
Doing what?
The water guy's starting out
I'm
at
actually better at
18 bucks.
$18 an hour.
That's what Steve just
We
did.
continue on with the new
Thing to make
business.
minimum wage plus a
I
quarter
think
of one day.
Everybody have a chance to review the minutes of March 24th? Any changes or discussions?
Mayor, I move that we approve the minutes from March 24th.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the minutes of March 24th. All in favor?
Page 2.
Of 5.
Liquor license application. Mike?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I promise I'm not going to bother you with budgetary issues. I'll just go straight into it. Purpose and recommendation and action. This is a request for Mayor and City Council to review and approve the Arizona Department of Liquor Licenses and Control application presented in support of the 2025 Cinco de Mayo Festival event in association with the St. Rose of Lima Catholic Parish. This application requires approval by the local governing body for final consideration by the Arizona Department of Liquor Licenses and Control. Strategic goals and quality of life. Background. The Cinco de Mayo Festival will follow the Cinco de Mayo Parade event on Saturday, May 3rd, 2025 from 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. The festival will take place on the St. Rose of Lima Catholic Parish property, and the event committee would like to host a beer garden as they did last year. Analysis. The St. Rose of Lima Catholic Parish Special Event License application provides a detailed security plan, which will include a cordoned-off 3-door storage shed and the adjacent parking area identified by barriers and signage as an open container alcohol zone. There will be only one controlled entry and exit point with security oversight located at the east side of the designated beer garden, and no alcohol will be permitted outside of this area. All attendees purchasing alcohol will be checked for proper ID to enter the beer garden area, and patrons allowed 2 beverage purchase per visit and enforced by security and supporting Title IV certified beverage handlers. The St. Rose of Lima Catholic Parish Cinco de Mayo Parade and Festival of Roses are annual traditions supporting the spirit of the occasion and promotes a sense of community unity and pride. Staff recommends support and approval. The attachments include the security layout and diagram. Standing for any questions? This is the end of my presentation.
Move we give the state a favorable recommendation on the liquor license for Fiesta de Mayo.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
I move that we give the state a favorable recommendation for this liquor license.
Second.
Okay, then we have a motion and a second to approve the liquor license application. All in favor? Opposed? Carries.
Thank you.
Presentation of the 2024 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. Troy.
Mayor and Council, this is Troy Bingham, the Finance Director. Mike, are you still online tonight?
I am with you, Troy.
All right, so this presentation is for the Mayor and City Council for the Independent Auditor Heinfeld Meach, our new auditor for this fiscal year 2024 that we just finished up about 9 months ago. We finally got to the final point where we issued the financial statements, and our auditors have required communications they have to make with council. So I have a presentation that I was going to give as part of the ACFR. I think we've gone long in the tooth tonight. Maybe I could come back in another meeting and I'll go through that ACFR with a little bit more detail and a little bit more clarity. But the auditor has to do this accountability. So I turn the time back to our auditor, his Mike Lazon from Heinfeld Meach. He'll go through the required slides. Mike, do you have control, able to present, or?
I can try to share my screen if that works. I don't know if it'll do it.
Let's try it.
Okay.
I have it if not.
You see what I'm looking at?
I see if your name is City of Safford. All
Uh,
right, I've got it up.
maybe
I will try
you
to
might have
follow
do it
through.
Okay, how about you do it for me, Troy, and then I'll just go from there.
Okay, let me get it up. Make sure it's all going to work. And the first slide is up.
All right. First of all, I want to say thank you to the mayor, vice mayor, council for having me here tonight. My name is Michael Lazan. I'm the audit partner with Heinfeld Meach. As Troy indicated, we are the new auditors for the city of Safford, contracted to perform a couple different functions. One includes the financial audit, the expenditure limitation report, the agreed upon procedures in regards to ADEQ, the HERF report as well. And then this year, there was not a single audit report that was required. So that one we did not have to do, although that may be something that comes up in the future, depending on the grants that come to the city of Safford. I do want to say a special thank you to Troy and Matthew as well, and all of the finance office. We appreciated their hard work. As auditors, we're responsible for 3 pages of this lovely 110-page report, and this city is responsible for the rest. So we do appreciate their hard work. The reason why we're here tonight is that we're required by law to be here. The city is required by city charter and state statute to issue an audited financial report, and effective under the Arizona Revised Statutes back in 2021, the auditor is required to present a report to council within 90 days, a live presentation, either through Zoom or whatever means, within 90 days of the audit completion. In addition, the ACFR is also required to be posted online at least 5 years worth of the report. So we'll go to the next slide. And of course, why is this important? So we're demonstrating that management is appropriately representing the financial statements, providing accountability to citizens, the council, grantors, federal and state agencies, bondholders, IRS, creditors, whoever wants to, have a review of the report. And also we're reviewing compliance with laws and regulations. Some of the reports that we're doing, typically providing the HERF review is not something that's part of a financial audit, but it's required under the Arizona Revised Statutes because the city receives and expends the highway user revenue funds. And ultimately, we're here to ensure that the governing body is doing its job as well. And the governing body is responsible to ensure that management fulfills its responsibility. So the audit process, the engagement letter and initial planning of the audit began in June. We had site visits in July, and that site visit in July was primarily focused on looking at transactions, focused on internal controls, gaining an understanding of how the city processes transactions, and also reviewing accounts payable, disbursements, cash receipts, payroll. And then our November visit was primarily focused on the substantive test work, verifying the numbers, cash, debt, revenues, looking at analytical work over the final numbers for the what was reported in the general ledger, and then ultimately what ends up in the ACFR as well. And so we do perform audit procedures remotely as well in between our visits and as a part of the wrap up. And we utilize an engagement organizer software, which is a secure portal. So that way you guys can have access, ensure that your data is secure. And then ultimately the ACFR was issued on March 31st, 2025. As far as audit methodology goes, we're obtaining a copy of the financial statement general ledger from the city. We're identifying where we think the most significant areas for risk are, and then planning procedures to address those risks. We're documenting internal controls. Like I said before, performing substantive test work over the various financial areas, ensuring that the amounts that are being reported are supported. Performing analytical test work, expectations of based on the amount of customers and the average price charged for electricity or for water. This is about where we expect the revenue to be, and ensuring if we can't figure out why it's different, then obtaining explanations or digging into more detail with city staff. And then we also obtain a draft of a schedule of expenditures and federal awards. But because this city did not expend and receive more than $750,000 in federal awards, that you're not required to have an audit under uniform guidance, although, like I said, that might change in the future. I already kind of talked about the reports that we looked at. Basically, the ACFR is the initial deadline for the annual comprehensive financial report was December 31st. However, extensions were granted, and it was submitted by the ultimate deadline of March 31st, and all the other reports had a due date of March 31st, and they met those required deadlines as well. We go to the next slide. As far as the financial highlights go, the city did receive what's called an unmodified opinion, which is the highest opinion we can give. It's not a statement of perfection, but we're saying that the financial statements are materially free from misstatement due to error or fraud. The purpose of a financial audit is not to catch fraud, but rather to review material amounts that are reported on the financial statements and ensuring compliance with federal and state requirements. And so as a line, we never say that an audit gives you a statement of perfection, because we did in this case have 3 findings, which we're going to talk about in brief detail at the end of this presentation. Wanted to also talk about, there was a brand new governmental accounting standard that was implemented related to restatements. We did in fact have 2 restatements that affected several different funds. The first one had to do with capital assets, construction in progress, that was not appropriately captured in the prior audits or in the prior financial statements. And the other one had to do with the landfill and the way that the post-closure cost liability was being calculated. Matthew mentioned it previously, but when the city performed a study back in 2016 or 17 related to the vertical expansion of the landfill going up instead of out, essentially the liability at that time should have been reset to 0 and then started back over again, because you're essentially just building a new landfill on top of the old landfill. And so your post-closure liability gets calculated on top of the new landfill. And that wasn't unfortunately done back in when that study was completed. And like I said, the ACFR will be was done in time for the GFOA submission for Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting. But we won't find out exactly if the city got the award until probably a few months from now. Okay, and then the 3 findings that we did have were, the first one had to do with accounting records and financial reporting. As a part of the closeout process, there were some adjustments that were required to properly state assets and liabilities within the financial statements. And those adjustments primarily came out of the fact that the city has to work on implementing a better closeout process for end of year adjustments. The second finding we had to do with information technology. We reviewed the policies and access controls, and I felt like there should be some improvements within not only the IT policies, but also disaster recovery. And then we also reviewed access controls. And although we didn't note any issues with people accessing systems they weren't supposed to, we did feel like there was certain individuals that had more access than what was necessary for their jobs. And the last finding we had was over capital assets. And I kind of briefly mentioned this before as far as the restatement goes, but there was just about over $3 million worth of construction in progress in 2 of the enterprise funds total that was not appropriately captured in prior fiscal years. And a part of that, and that cleanup actually came from, Matthew referenced it as well, but the city is going through and doing a massive kind of capital asset cleanup. And that was found during the city's cleanup of the capital assets. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Again, I'll bring this back with the ACFR. The findings that he put in there are on page 146, the very last 3 pages of the ACFR spell out the findings that he went over tonight. It actually gives the officials' view of the finding also in my recommendations as the city and what we're doing to address those findings. So I can cover that in a future meeting, but for tonight, our auditor has done the required communications with you. Is there any questions for him before we bid him farewell? This is our first year of 5 years. Heinfeld Mutual has another 4 years to go, and hopefully every year gets better and better and better. So
that's what we believe in, Troy.
Thanks. All right, with that said, I guess we appreciate the time, and we will move on to the next item for tonight.
Is it an
All right,
action
thank you so
item?
much.
I don't think they're required to actually approve anything in this one. That's a good question. Let me go back and check.
No, it's not an action
No,
item.
it's
No,
just for
it-
discussion purposes only. Thanks, Mike.
Thank you.
And Mayor, we can move the flock camera process to another meeting because I think that I got a sense that maybe we want to have a little bit more discussion, so I'd rather bring it back and give time to have a discussion on it.
And we'll move on to item number 5, health insurance premium adjustment.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. At the request of the council, staff is presenting a proposal to adjust the previously approved 90-10 cost-sharing split for health insurance premiums to 100-0 cost-sharing split for health, dental, and vision. The health insurance plan for the city of Safford, as determined annually by the Health Insurance Consortium, has an overall cost increase of 5.5% for fiscal year '26, which is mandatory as part of the consortium's agreement. Initially, staff presented the insurance premium increase using a 90-10 cost-sharing option for health insurance at an estimated cost of $267,500 during a work session. However, council has since requested a recommendation to shift to a 100-0 cost-sharing split, meaning the city would cover 100% of the health, dental, and vision insurance premiums. Including the 5.5% health plan increase under a 90-10 cost-sharing arrangement, the overall estimated cost totals $387,500. Under a cost-sharing split of 95.5, the total is $546,400, and under a cost-sharing split of 100-0, the total is $705,300 for health, dental, and vision cost shares. With that, I will stand for direction.
So I just wanted to say, apologize for the wording that made it sound as if the entire council had requested this. They hadn't. So we'll be a little bit more cognizant of that in the future. So again, right now, the item on the table is 100-0. You can offer an amendment. We can vote as it is configured and go from there. It's up to the council.
It is an action item.
Yes.
So we'll need a motion and a second, whatever we're going to do.
If there's no amendment, I'll move that we approve the health insurance premium adjustment to 100-0.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the health insurance premium adjustment to a 100% zero cost.
And we have to make the amendment now before that's voted on?
And Bill, that's a good question. So there's a motion on the table for 100-0. There's a second. Before we vote on that, should we vote to amend, or do you vote on that? And if it fails, then we can come back with an amendment. Would they be able to bring back an amendment if it fails?
Yes. If
Okay.
it fails, but the other.
So
but
my
it-
recommendation
yes,
would
you
be,
could vote on that.
I'm sorry, Bill, go ahead.
You could vote on it. If it fails, then you can do an amendment.
I think that's the simplest way. Let's vote on the 100-0, and then someone could offer an amendment at that point if it doesn't pass.
Did you get that, Pete? 100-0? Okay, all in favor of the 100-0? Opposed?
So it failed.
I make an amendment that we pass a 95.5 cost sharing.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor of a 95.5?
I'm sorry, could you guys, I couldn't tell. What was the? Okay. I think it's the same vote.
Okay.
actually. So that also failed.
You need to ask, and you didn't ask the question. Ask opposed.
Oh, opposed.
Okay. So now you can, it's 4-3 against. So if there's another amendment you would like to make?
Make amendment, we move it to 90-10 on the health insurance premium adjustment.
Do we,
Not a change.
that's what it is. Do we need to vote for 90-10?
That's what he said.
It
'cause-
already is, isn't it?
It is, but I think that since we're asking the question, I think we should go ahead and vote on the 90-10 because that's basically
Yeah,
where it is, but let's confirm that,
Okay, then we have a motion.
which would be to keep it at 90-10.
Right. And we have a motion to keep it at 90-10. If we have a motion, we need a second.
Second?
Okay, we have a motion, a second, to keep our health insurance premium at a 90-10 cost. All in favor? Opposed? So it's 90-10.
So past that 90-10, which is where we are, so that way at least it confirms it.
Thank you. Now we'll quickly move on to item number 13, contracts. This is number 1, Owens Family Park Street and Parking Lot Improvements Award Construction Contract, CPI number PK2003.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is a request for Mayor and City Council to award a construction contract to CKC Construction and Materials LLC from Safford, Arizona for the Owens Family Park Street and Parking Lot Improvement Project. Strategic goals for this are growth, development, and quality of life, as well as infrastructure expansion. Background is this project is funded by the General Fund, the General Grant, and former CARES funds with a budgeted amount of little over $1.5 million. The Owens Family Park Street and Parking Lot Improvements projects will consist of constructing half-street improvements for 20th Street along the frontage of the park. Project will also consist of constructing a new parking lot for the park. The street improvements will also promote for future expansion to the west of 14th Avenue and the El Paso Boulevard intersection. The project was advertised and bidders solicited in accordance with ARS formal bidding procedures. A notice for invitation to bid was published in the local newspaper. A pre-bid conference was held on February 27th and was attended by 6 prospective bidders. On March 27, 2025, the city clerk received 2 bids that were publicly read with the following results. CKC Construction Materials, $348,267.75, and Arrow Indian Contractors at $358,527.09. The Owens Family Park, formerly known as El Paso Park, is in the city's capital improvement plan as a carryover project from previous years. The street and parking lot improvements are a single phase of the park. So we have just a recap. We had an overall budget of $1,594,256, and CKC came in at $348,267.75. Again, this is just for a single portion of the park, which is the parking lot and the road. Staff has found that the lowest bid submitted by CKC Construction Materials is the lowest responsive bidder and is qualified to complete the work as specified for this project. Therefore, staff is recommending that the contract award for the construction of Owens Family Park Street and Parking Lot Improvements to CKC Construction and Materials LLC in the amount of $348,267.75 and allow the city manager or his designee to execute contract change orders not to exceed 2% of the contract value if it is in the best interest of the city to do so. And I stand for any question.
Is this about the amount that you were expecting for it to come in?
Yeah, it is, and we didn't do an estimate on this, but we had 2 quotes that were fairly close. I mean, so it's, yeah.
Anybody else?
Mayor, I propose that we approve contract for CKC Construction to move forward with the CIP. Or CIP number PK2003.
Second.
We have a motion, a second, to award the contract to CKC Construction and Material LLC for the Owens Family Park. All in favor? Opposed? Carries. Then we'll move on to item number 14, ordinance number 025-003, the Parnell rezone.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Staff is requesting a second reading and approval or denial of ordinance 025-003, an ordinance of the City of Safford, Graham County, Arizona, rezoning Graham County Assessors Parcel 102-19-062 from the CMH Conventional Manufactured Housing District to the C3 Light Commercial District. Strategic goals are growth and development, pursue infill opportunities. Planning and Zoning Commission and the City Council have held the required public hearings and a first reading of the ordinance. The Planning and Zoning Commission public hearing was held on February 18th, 2025, and the City Council public hearing was held on March 24th, 2025. No further response has been received by the public or neighbors, and the ordinance is in your packet. I will stand for questions.
I move we approve ordinance 025-003, the Parnell rezone.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve ordinance 025-003, the Parnell rezone. All in favor? Opposed?
This approves ordinance number 025-003, Parnell rezone, an ordinance of the mayor and city council of the city of Safford, Graham County, Arizona, effectuating a map amendment rezoning Graham County Assessors parcel number 102-19-062 from city of Safford C-MH Conventional Manufactured Housing District to C3 Light Commercial District.
Thank you. Then we'll move on to ordinance number 025-004. It's a Weber rezone.
Yes, Mayor and Council, staff is requesting a second reading and approval or denial of ordinance 025-004, an ordinance of the City of Safford, Graham County, Arizona, rezoning Graham County Assessors Parcel 101-07157A and portions of parcels 101-07057B and 101-07092 from the C2 Highway Commercial District to the R2 Multiple Family Residential District. The goals are growth and development. The Planning and Zoning Commission and the City Council have held the required public hearings and a first reading of the ordinance. The Planning and Zoning Commission public hearing was held on February 18th, 2025, and the City Council public hearing was held on March 24th, 2025. No further response has been received from the public or neighbors, and the ordinance is attached in your packet.
Move we approve ordinance 025-004, the Webster rezone.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve ordinance 025-004. All in favor? Opposed?
This approves ordinance number 025-004, Webster rezone, an ordinance of the mayor and city council of the city of Safford, Graham County, Arizona, effectuating a map amendment rezoning a majority of the Graham County Assessors parcel number 101-07-157A and portions of parcels 101-07-157B and 101-07-092 from the City of Safford C2 Highway Commercial District to the R2 Multiple Family Residential District.
Thank you. Okay, then we'll move on to item number 15, financial reports. Everybody have a chance to review the P-card reports?
Mayor, a point of order. This is actually the January report. You saw it at your last meeting. This was an error on my part. I guess I submitted it late and it got into the second meeting. So you've actually already seen these for January. You'll see February's next meeting. So
Is there any way we could get more current when we do start getting reports?
there's, with P cards, you have to understand that you have to go through the month and then it has to go through a review period of 30 days for the employee and the supervisor to approve it. And then it gets put into the packet. So that takes about 60 to 90 days to get done. So we're right on track with us doing February next meeting. We're right on track in my mind. So we're always going to be that lag of about a month and a half. So I can't make it any faster just because it takes time for employees to do their part and supervisors to do their part. And then my staff has to put it together and then get it to
I
that.
was hoping since you were fully staffed, we could make it go faster.
You got to give them time to do the right thing. So,
Okay, we'd rather have it done right than fast and wrong.
but you'll have February's next meeting.
We'll
Already
move on
submitted.
to item number 16, right? Announcement of current events. Anybody?
There's lots of events being advertised on our website.
I'm not gonna have a chance before next meeting, but reminder that April 26th, not this Saturday, next Saturday is our hazardous household waste event up next to the Mayak, Saturday from 8 to 12. So I sent you flyers. You should have all the information, and if you need something, let me know. Thanks.
We have a
Did I
lot
cut
of
you short?
advertisement.
As part of the budget, June 5th is an important date for the notice of truth in taxation. If we're going to keep the tax rate at the same rate, I need you, because of the publishing of the paper, there has to be a special meeting called on Thursday, June 5th. So hopefully your calendars, I need at least 4 people to come and make a vote to move forward on a public hearing on that day. So plan accordingly, please.
Mayor, I'd also like to say thanks to Jason Brimhall for his service to the city, and we'll miss you.
Item 17, any requests for future agenda items?
I have one. I would like to see a quarterly financial report. I believe I've asked for it at a few meetings in the past, and we were looking at hopefully finishing the ACFR up. But hopefully now we have some time to provide council with that.
So our first quarter of 2020 or third quarter of 2025 just finished up. We will be presenting that to staff, and then we'll be putting that in your packet, hopefully as informational, just like the P-card reports. And that should be in the early June meeting if we make the timing right. June 9th, I believe, is that meeting. So hopefully that works, or May 9th, sorry, I'm skipping a whole month.
Well, I'm like Arnold. I'm going to be impatient about those ones.
We'll get you those on May 9th, and hopefully they'll be in the packet. We can discuss them a little bit.
That
work?
Yeah.
Mr. Casellas gets the earful from me.
Well, and we've been discussing quarterlies for a while, so again, we're just trying to get through this ACFR, so I appreciate your patience, but this should become a regular part of what we do, so council can see a budget actual variance throughout the year, which is pretty standard fare, so we'll get there.
Mayor, just going back real quick, it seemed to me that Vice Mayor had something to say maybe during announcement of current events. I didn't know if we had
Oh,
skipped
we have a
over.
lot of events going on. If you just look at our website, the city website, there, it gets better every day.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Not, we'll close the regular meeting and reconvene into executive session. It's an action item.
Mayor, I move that we move into executive session.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to go into executive session. All in favor? Opposed? Okay.
So you're in number 2.
Don't be trying to get
It's not there.
Okay, we'll close the executive session and reconvene back into our regular meeting.
Mayor, I move that we adjourn.
Second.
All in favor? Opposed?